misconceptions and the lies that we have been told. We are here to unlearn them and to learn the truth. To learn the truth about ourselves, to learn the truth about our culture. Yakub, it's been a while. We have seen you on the live streaming. Shedad, and I hope you are good. How are you? How's your family? And I hope everyone is doing great. As you join in, it's very important. Let me know where you're streaming from today. Let me know where you're streaming from today. Ashe elaboro elaboye elabo shishero. Ashe ogbo ato asure ìwòrìwò fún gbogbo ọmọ awo. Ọlábímpé Bákàrè, ojúmọ́ ire, ojúmọ́ ayọ̀, ojúmọ́ ìdùnnú àti àlàáfíà fún gbogbo wa níbi gbogbo tá a bá wà. Grand rising and welcome to another episode of our Sunday morning live streaming. Wúrà ọlá, ojúmọ́ ire, ojúmọ́ ayọ̀, ojúmọ́ ìdùnnú àti àlàáfíà fún gbogbo wa. Honey Edward, how are you doing? Ẹ kú ojúmọ́ akínyìn o. Ibo lẹ ti ń gbọ́ wa lénìí. Welcome to another episode of our Sunday morning live streaming. Every Sunday like this, we are here 12 noon Nigerian time. That's 11 a.m. for those of you on the GMT, and it will be 7 a.m. for those of you on the EST, and we delve into the teaching of the undiluted, unwatered down truth about Ifa, Isheshe, African spirituality, African culture, African language, everything about Africa, about who you are, about your source, about your identity, the truth about yourself. That is everything that's everything that we teach here. The truth about yourself, that is everything that we teach here. Ojúmọ́ ire, ojúmọ́ ayọ̀, ojúmọ́ ìdùnnú àti àlàáfíà fún wa. Ashe elaboru, Izafa blessing. Aboru aboye aboshishel, thank you so much. Honey Edwards, okay, the kids are the one on YouTube. How are you guys doing today? Queen B Esther, Yanifa honey, Akinyi Omushe, Elaboru, Elaboye, Elaboshishe. For those of you that are on the global IFA and Children community, what's our topic for today? What are we talking about today? For those of you on the global IFA and Children community, kini nǹkan tá ń sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí lénìí o. Alaba Adéjùmọ̀, mo ṣe àbọ̀rú àbọ̀yè fún yín o, mo ṣe ogbó atọ́ yín o. How are you doing? Blessing. The topic we are speaking on today, I think you will have one or two things to say because you can relate to that topic and you have an experience in it. Mrs. O Ojumoreo, if you're on the global IFA community, please give me the topic for today. What's our topic for today? What is our topic for today? Auntie Kimi, how are you doing? IFA and Children, thank you so much. Amazing adult toys. IFA and Children, that is what we are speaking about today. We are speaking about IFA and children. What role does IFA play in the life of children? Everything we say about IFA and we speak on about IFA, does it even pertain to children? Can children benefit from IFA? Can children be a part of IFA? Can they be practitioners of IFA? Can they learn it? Can it be useful in their life, or is it just for adults? Because most people think that you only come to IFA when you have real life adult problem. So if you're a child, you probably don't need it because you don't have quote and unquote real life adult problem. But we're going to find out what the truth about it is today. How early should we involve our children in the experience of IFA? What benefits does IFA have in their life? The whole idea of children and IFA, is it big enough for us to create an entire space for children and IFA, or are they just supposed to be picking up things, here and there, and as they grow up by and by, they will get to understand it? We are going to break that down step by step today as we delve in. For those of you that are not on the global IFA community and you waited all through the week for Ashe for today, Yanifa said on Sunday that Ashe for today season 4 will start, and every morning you wake up, you turn in your cameras, or you turn in your phone to TikTok, Yanifa, IFA College on TikTok, Yanifa Ewa TV on YouTube, and you'll be wait and wait and wait. Did I come late? Have they finished the program? No. We didn't air Asha for Today last week because we had our 21-day 822. I announced it towards the end of the last live streaming. Madi, how are you doing? Welcome. Alaba, Adejumo, Eshe Gonima, IFA and Children. So we had that, and it was really tasking. We start at 3, and because of the volume of people that participated, we don't usually finish until around 6. And Ashe for Today is also supposed to start at 6. So humanly speaking, that is practically impossible. So we will be, let's anticipate that we will start tomorrow morning. Let's anticipate that season 4 of Ashe for Today will start tomorrow morning, okay? Let's anticipate. My children are looking at each other like this. Oh my goodness, we'll start to wake up at 5 o'clock again. Yes. Ashe for Today is starting tomorrow. Let's anticipate that it's starting tomorrow. We have been able to put a structure around our 21-day 822 Yami, so that it doesn't directly involve me till the early hours of that morning. I fully participated all through last week and the 10 days that had gone, and we're here today, right? So I can confidently have other people handle the later part of the morning so that I can show up. So Lashe Edumare, Ashe for Today will be airing tomorrow. Ashe for Today will be airing tomorrow. Lashe Edumare. Ashe. Okay, so the topic of today is IFA and Children. I was looking for that. So the topic for today is IFA and Children. I have 2 people that I'm going to call up shortly. They are at work today and they'll be working early today. So they're going to just take out time, to speak about their own experience raising children in IFA and Isheshe. Now, one of the major reasons why we're doing this today is because Auntie Ajoke Eko Ojumo Ekaro, one of the major reasons we are doing this is particularly because of families, parents who are transitioning from Abrahamic religion, either Judaism, Christianity, Islam, or whatever form of practice, or even total atheists that are transitioning into Ifa and Isheshe. Now, for them, it is a lot more challenging to introduce their children to Ifa, because how do you go from telling your child 2 years ago that Orisha power, powerless power, Mole power, powerless power, but Jesus power? How do you go from telling your children that to waking up today and telling them that the Orishas are the most powerful and Jesus means nothing to us? It sounds, because I know the way some of us have been when we were in church, like we were assistant Jesus, assistant Mary. We carried it on our head in such a way that you see your children sleep at night, wake them up, pray, we need to pray, Jesus needs to be here, we need to pray 5 times a day, go and wash your face and let's go and pray, let's go to the mosque. You will do everything to just get them there with all your energy. Now, as a parent, it sounds a little bit, especially as African parents, we don't want to be in the wrong. We can never be wrong. We are always right. Our children will never find us in places where we are wrong. We feel a little taken aback to step in and tell our children, see, everything I told you about mosque and the Bible is not true. This is the truth. A lot of you people find it very challenging. You don't know how to go about it. And then you just tell yourself, you know what, these children will understand it better by and by. These children will get into it later. They will find Ifa when they need Ifa. Madi said, can we still join the 822? Yes, you can still join the 822. Send a message to, if you are on the WhatsApp list, send a message on WhatsApp. If you are not on the WhatsApp list, the description box, the bio of this YouTube channel you're watching, just go to the bio. All the information you need will be there. Or just drop a message on any of our previous YouTube videos. Drop a comment there. I'll be able to see the comments and then give you details on how to be a part of it. So it's always that kind of way. We find it difficult to tell them, and then we tell ourselves that our children will understand IFA better by and by. Our children will get into IFA later on in life. But the truth is because you don't know how to bury your adult human pride and tell your children that, it is what it is. This is the way now. Let's see what is our flash goal on. What's our flash goal on TikTok today? TikTok has posted the flash goal. What will be our flash goal on TikTok today? Let's find out what it is. Let's find out what it is. Okay, 9 gifters to send the love you so much gift. Love you so much is the gift for today, and I love you so much too. 9 different people to send that love you so much. 9 different people. Oh yeah, Esheo, Auntie Golden Light. Yeah, can continue. Mrs. O Forever, Eshe Adupe. Auntie Kimi, thank you so much for that. Queen B. Esther, Eshe Goni Adupe. Rafif, thank you so much. Juice, what's that person's name? Juice, thank you so much for that. 3 more people to send their gift. I love you so much. And then our flash goal for today would have been met. 3 more people, 3 more different people. Eshe Goni Adupe. And then send in your heart to me for the day, since that is not our gift goal. So that is one of the reasons we're having this, to be able to help those set of parents. And then on the flip side of it, a lot of parents are practicing IFA. Their children know that they practice IFA and it's okay. But then they are not able to teach their children in a way that is appropriate for children. They are told to explain IFA to an adult. They can explain IFA to an adult fully without missing words, without stuttering. But when it comes to explaining IFA to children, teaching their children about IFA, they are not able to, pick the old IFA and align it with children. That is why we're having this teaching today. Share with as many people as you can, and let's get started. Where's our share button? Share with as many people as you can, and let's get started. Let's get started. Before we start, what's the first thing that we do?
Our IFA.
What's the first thing that we do?
Our IFA.
Okay. Dere, what's this? Dere Kunyene. Okay, I hope I pronounced that very well. Thank you so much for joining us on YouTube. Let's make our IBA. IBA is how we pay homage to the powers that be, to the spiritual hierarchy in all the forces that they come. We have 6 more people to send in their gifts. I love you so much. The flash goal, please. Let's miss that flash goal. It's just 9 people. We cannot afford not to get that done today. It's just 9 people. We need 3 more people. Send in your gift on TikTok. The I love you so much gift. 3 more people. 3 more people, please. Akodaye Asheba.
Ìbáṣẹ.
Asheba ti wáyé ọjọ́.
Ìbáṣẹ.
Asheba ti wọ̀ oòrùn.
Ìbáṣẹ.
Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé, ọba lánàá, ọba lénìí, ọba títí ayérayé, Asheba, aníkíbà wá ṣẹ̀rùn.
Ìbáṣẹ.
Ìrọmọ oníṣẹ́ fàyà tí Asheba, ọba tó lọ kọrin kése Asheba. Ajagunmalé olúwo òdi ọ̀run Asheba, olúbíkin ọ̀sán ìbíkin Asheba. Asheba ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́, ẹ̀yin alágogo igẹ, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi atẹ̀dọ̀jòrò òǹró, ẹ̀yin apanimáyọ̀dà, ẹ̀yin olókìkí òru, ẹ̀yin tí Elédùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́ Asheba, aníkíbà wá ṣẹ̀rùn. Lórí ibi mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé, níbi tá a ti ń pe Ifá, níbi tá a ti ń pe àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀, Asheba, aníkíbà wá ṣẹ̀rùn. Asheba àwọn bàbá àwọn ìyá tó péjọpọ̀ síbí lẹ́yìn, tọmọdé ni, àgbà ni, dúdú ni, funfun ni, lórí igun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé, níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá wà, Asheba, aníkíbà wá ṣẹ̀rùn. Asheba ọ̀ṣun ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ́, ládé kojú ìyá mi, ẹbọra tí ń gbé nínú omi, ẹ̀wùjí alágbolódò, Asheba, aníkíbà wá ṣẹ̀rùn. Lórí igun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé, níbi gbogbo tá a ti péjọpọ̀ lẹ́ni, Asheba, aníkíbà wá ṣẹ̀rùn. Àwọn lọ́balọ́ba níjòyè Asheba yín, ẹ̀yin kábíyèsí aláṣẹ ìkejì òòṣà àṣèbà látòkèlókè láì dápá kan sí aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ̀run. Ajíbọ́lá mi ògbódò ọ̀rà mo ṣèbá Ajíbọ́lá mo ṣèbá ẹdán mo ṣèbá ìyá mi àbẹ̀ní mo ṣèbá ẹdán mo ṣèbá onílé mo ṣèbá gbogbo àwọn ọmọ onílé kéré nítòṣùgbó la ṣèbà fún aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ̀run. ẹ̀yin olúwo mi àṣà pé ọ̀la ẹ̀yin alábẹ́nú àṣà sí màálù mi tìwótìwó àṣèbà ẹ̀yin ìyá àbíyè lékeléké gbàràdá àṣèbà gbogbo apènà gbogbo balógun gbogbo lísà gbogbo ọmọ onílé pátápátá la ṣèbà fún àníkónílé ó gbè wá ọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. ẹ̀yin babaláwo ìyá nífà bàbá lóríṣà ìyá lóríṣà àwọn àpẹ̀tẹ̀ bí àwọn eléwé ọmọ àwọn ìyá ẹgbẹ́ àwọn bàbá ẹgbẹ́ àwọn eléré lọ́tún lọ́sì níbi gbogbo tá a ti jókòó tá a ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ ẹrún mọ́lẹ̀ mo ṣèbá orí yín mo ṣèbá ẹlẹ́dàá yín mo ṣèbá àwọn aláṣekù tó dúró tì wá àníkíbà wá ṣe ọ̀hún. àní ṣe lásán láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àwa ò ní fọmọ ṣiṣẹ́ àní fọkọ ṣiṣẹ́ àní fara wa ṣiṣẹ́ àní fáwọn ọmọ wa ṣiṣẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ifá tó wá gbé àwọn ará wájú Ifá gbé ìwà Ifá dúró tì wá a ti tún bọ́ sínú ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá mi ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye tó wà nínú ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá yìí òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tó wà láàárín wa ìṣọkùnrin ni ìṣobìnrin ni ìṣọmọdé ni ìṣàgbà ni tó gbé àwọn ọmọdé wọ̀ láàárín wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye tá a ní láti fi tọ́ àwọn ọmọ yẹn ní ìlànà Ifá ní ìlànà ìṣẹ̀ṣe ní ìlànà ìṣe àwọn bàbá wa bàbá ṣe nírọ̀rùn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. ọba wa ṣe léni kí Elédùmarè ó bá wa ṣe kí gbogbo àwọn tó ṣàwòkù sẹ́yìn kó má dá wa léni kó péjọpọ̀ pẹ̀lú akọ́lá wa ṣe tiwa láṣẹ pé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Thank you so much for joining today. Abadejuwon said there is no what did she say? There is no Love You So Much gift on YouTube. The flash goal is on TikTok. And we need 3 more people to send in their gift. Love you so much. Kilo shele láàárọ̀. 3 more different people so that we can continue. 3 more different people so that we can continue. 3 more different people. Thank you so much. As we are here teaching, that is your own part at the other side. Eshe goni adupe. IFA and Children, that is what we are learning today. And we'll be going into the teaching. I'll be taking my teaching from a particular Odrifa. But before then, I want to bring up somebody. I think of the 2 people that I invited, it's only one person that is there. Mrs. O Forever, you can send in a request. You can send a request in. Send a request in so that I can accept your request. Send in a request so that I can accept it. And then I can ask a few questions. Now I'm going to ask her a few questions because she's raising children and she's raising them basically with the knowledge of Ifa and Isheshe. No other form of religion is put into her teaching of raising her children. No other form of religion at all. So we're going to be asking her a few questions. What does it feel like in that space, raising children? I have also sent a message to Izafa. Thank you very much for accepting. Mrs. O, I've not seen your invite though. But while we're trying to get Mrs. O on, let me ask Izafa a question. Okay, Mrs. O just joined back again. I think I just saw the notification. All right, I've accepted it. Okay, Izafa, thank you very much for joining. We are going to call on Mrs. O first because she has to get to work. All right, Eshe Gonio, Yanifa Honey, thank you so much. So the question I have this morning is, in a world where religion, the 2 major Abrahamic religions dominate most of the Western world, how does it feel like raising your children with African spirituality alone? How does it feel like? Has it ever bothered you in any way that, if my children go outside today, if my children go to, they go to schools or they're outside with their friends and they're talking about church and all of that, and they don't have anything to say, or they say no, they practice African spirituality. Has it ever bothered you how people will look at your children? Ebony, thank you so much for that gift. Thank you. We need 2 more people to send in their gift. Love you so much. And I think we have just 1 minute. It should just 1 minute to round up. So two more different people to send in their gift. Love you so much. So that we can meet that flash goal. Mrs. O, let's have your answer. Eshegoni.
Abu, you, everyone, Boato, welcome today. Yanifa, thank you for inviting me this morning. If I have to answer that question in a very open way, because right now it's quite difficult to see, to like openly tell a kid when you used to pray every night, and all of a sudden you're now telling your Hannah, you know what, there's this new religion I have. You know, I know for each and every one of us, some of us know that lives in the Western world here is like a movie. You have to explain and explain and explain and explain and explain. You know, but one thing I taught my kids from the onset, they know that we are from Africa and we have specific traditions. That has been rooted in them from the beginning. That's why their traditional name, I taught them a traditional name right from onset. When my son started talking, his Benin name, like he said, Edo name. I made them understand there's a root for everything that we answer, mostly names and their meanings. So that has been there. So when we got into IFA and Sheshe, I started talking. We debate actually in the evening. Me, Dad, and my son. My son is a very inquisitive boy. He was then, I think he was 8, was no 7, when we actually fully stopped church. He knows that we do things on interval, but when I fully just made it open to my kids, was like 3 years ago. My son is 10 now. No, 4 years ago now, because he'll be 11 soon. I made it open that I'm not going to church anymore. You see, Tyler, I don't understand what's going on. There's this thing I feel. We started talking about it and we debate with Papa too. We analyze why and the reasons. But there was no breakdown. There was no way of really interpreting it clearly for them. So when today started, I just saw an avenue for me and Tyler to learn. I was like, wow, Tyler, come and see, you know, and we started doing it together. And usually when we wake up in the morning, we wake up early.
1 minute, hold on, please. Flash goal, I think we have 2 more minutes for our flash goal. And the flash goal is the love you so much emoji. Please, 2 more people to send in. Who has not sent in their flash goal, to send it in. The love you so much, that, that love you, just check it. Love you so much is the name of the gift. So send it in. We need 2 more people and we have less than 2 minutes to meet that flash goal. As we meet that flash goal, the algorithm is understanding that more and more people need to see this. Eshegoni, you can continue. Yanifa, honey.
So just like I said, I shared for today started. So we started digging in. Me and my son, we usually argue when Yanifa is just teaching. We'll be asking, my son will ask, what's the name? What's Orisha? He said, Oshun, Shango, Ogun. You know, what's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of that? What's the meaning of the other one? You know? So we started digging. So he will usually go into YouTube. He will type Yoruba mythology. Let's check, you know? And we started searching. My son actually digged and found one book of the old ones. You know? And he said, Mama, come and see this book. Let's buy it. So that my son went to Amazon. We bought the only sacred book of the old ones, you know, and he was so into it. And I just said, yeah, in fact, we have to look for solution for this. So every morning, my son is more busy with the YouTube, and that attracted the leaders.
1 more people with the gift, oh, 1 more person. I said 1 more people. 1 more person to send in that love you so much emoji. Ejo, just 1 more person. 1 more person so that we don't miss the flash goal. Eshegoni. Thank you.
And in one day, Queen Esther and the son, they came to the house. We were all deliberating, talking about the IFA. And Tyler brought one, I don't know, one mechanism. There was a guy that built a mechanism for divination. I don't know where my son found it and dig it from. We saw it on the computer, and they were just bringing different old ones out. And Queen Esther's son and my son, they will dig it out and like try to read what thing meant, but they didn't know what it meant. It was strong words and a lot of or say IFA, and they like too many questions at the time. I was like, these children, just take it calm. We'll take it one step.
Take it easy, relax, calm down.
So every day in a chef for today, Yanifa usually come with one utu, and breaking it down into like pieces was the best thing that happened to Tyler. And he will now be analyzing it with his friends in school.
Aww.
So the teacher, it was like too much, and the teacher asked me, please, what religion do you people have? Or what do you people do at home? Because Tyler and his friends, look at what they do. And I told the teacher, okay, it's IFA. And I just gave the teacher like a little bit of breakdown on what IFA is all about. So the teacher and I said, okay, I'll make research on my own too, because you see your son, him and his group, they are into it and they are busy dealing with it. You know, when a situation in school where I really was so happy, there was this situation one day. Queen Esther is here, she will remember. And a teacher called me and said, and they were writing things on the communication board between the school and parents. And the teacher called me and said, there was a fight in school today, like a group fight between the primary 5 and the primary 6 kids. Like I said it in primary, like the grade 5 and 6. There was a fight between them, and it was like a massive one. You know, my response was, you will not find my son there. I told Queen Esther on the phone as well. I said, you will not find my son there. So when I got to the school, I wasn't afraid. I was so certain that he will not be among the one. They said the child also went unconscious, and the child he traumatized other kids from the school. That we should try and talk to the kids when we get to the house today. That they are all kind of traumatized. I just told Queen Esther, I said my son will not be there. I am 100% sure. So I got into the school compound and I saw them. And I asked, I said, Tyler, what happened in school today? He now said, yeah, Mama, it's just confused kids. I said,
wow.
Really? What happened? That was his response. He said, I was just looking at them because they're confused.
Wow.
My son said it's because of a lot of, one was two boys were in love with one girl, and the girl told them, the primary 6 girl told the 2 primary 5 boys that if they can fight, then he would now choose. One thing led to the others.
Where are they from? Is the boy from Hausa land? Because there's one part of Nigeria where before a man can marry a wife, he will fight the other men there. After he wins, then he will marry. Is that where they are from?
These kids, they are all Dutch kids. In my son's school, I think they are just 5 black kids in general. They are not much. They are black kids. So this particular thing, he just gave me the story as a silly story, like he didn't know what they were doing. He just gave them time to fight. He was busy doing all that things.
Wow.
And I said, I was so sure you won't be among the ones that those kind of things happen to. And he said, yeah, they said one of them was unconscious, but I didn't see it because I was not there. I was so proud of my son on that particular day. And I just said one word inside of me. I said, he's married, thank you. If I show the knowledge my son have, like when an adult is talking to a child, that's the way he deals with his fellow students in school.
His classmates.
It's like he has this feeling of, I know beyond this realm that you believe, there's this way, even Queen Esther's son, he's like that too. There's this way they now relate. Sometimes they'll just talk. Or like, like talk from their ori, and that part interests me so beautifully that I would just sometimes, when I start song, I'll just before me, I'll say, you, it's not you, this small man. Arrange yourself, Jerry. You're talking to me as if you're more elder. You know, they talk like, like elders. So, you know, there was 2 days ago, the Ashe for today, the devotional book.
Yes.
That Yanifa just created. So we were reading. No, they read on the second of April. He read one part. I think it was Ika. I don't remember. I'll ask him now. I don't know if it's Ika Ogunda or something like that.
Okay.
Ogunda
Check
Ika,
2nd of April. 2nd of April. Check the Odrifa for 2nd of April.
2nd of April.
On the children's devotional.
11 to 11, 7 to.
Yeah, it's the same Odru for everybody, just different teachings. Check the Odru for 2nd of April. Yeah, you can continue. Somebody will pull it up here.
Okay, and he was reading the Ose, and I think.
Okay, Auntie Golden Light said it is Otura Oyeku. Is that what you also have? Otura Oyeku. Yeah, because she also has for her kids.
I don't know if it's Otura Oyeku that was there, but the essay was talking about somebody that refused to make sacrifice.
Okay.
Yeah. And after he read it, he was trying to explain to me and tell me, yeah, he didn't make sacrifice because he was stubborn and he thought he would think about the solution by himself. And he was trying to explain to me what he learned about what that really meant.
Okay.
And then he now said, Mama, but I don't understand the word sacrifice in this context. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
He made me to understand what kind of sacrifice was he supposed to make? What were the things he was supposed to use in the sacrifice? I was now saying, Yanifa, you have taken me far. They are not asking me the type of sacrifice they are going to make. You know? So he said, wait, let me call him. He's downstairs on YouTube. I'll call him now to come and explain it to me, because I now said, you know what? You're going to make a voice note to Yanifa.
Yeah.
And you're going to ask.
I got the voice note.
The breakdown of the sacrifice on that Otura Oyeku, because I don't know the sacrifice the man was supposed to make. That he didn't make. You know what I'm trying to say? These are things that as adults, some of us as adults, we don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
But these kids are digging in like as
yes.
There's this way that they shine when they feel they know. And it's making me so proud of them that even there are some things I don't even need to tell him that are wrong, that he knows that is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Like what he said to me this morning, yeah, Mama, you know, honesty is everything that makes you shine. You know that. I was like,
what is the
what's the meaning of that? And then I went to you, can't I now talk? He now said, no, you have to be honest. For you, honesty and hard work. That's what he said this morning. He said, honesty and hard work makes you shine.
Yes,
you understand?
Yes.
And I said, oh, that's what you learned today. He now said, yes, that was what he learned today. I was like,
okay, the Odru is Ikao Koron. The Odru you are referring to is Ikao Koron.
Yes, it's
Ikao
Koron.
Yeah.
It's not Yeku.
Ikao
Exactly. That was the Odru. Ikao Koron, yeah. So on this, the Odru was talking about somebody that refused to make a sacrifice. You know?
Yes.
And the sacrifice there in that context. My son knows what sacrifice means, but he was trying to understand the specific effort that person was supposed to make.
Like he was supposed to make.
And he knows the word sacrifice means effort. Mm-hmm. He knows that. So he was trying to make me understand what were the things that he was supposed to use to make the apple, and he didn't do it. I was like, you know what? You make a voice note, send it to Yanifa, ask him the apple in that house. Because me, I don't know.
I know, right?
You know? So what he learned today is about the same thing, about somebody that labored and did not get like a headway, did not get rich or something. And the lesson that he learned was about hard work, doing your homework, and a lot of hard work and concentration makes you shine. So, and honesty, kind of those words that he used. I didn't read it with him, so he did the reading himself. So he was trying to give me the breakdown of what he read today. And I was cooking in the kitchen. What did I put? I forgot what I put on the food. I now said, Mama, what was that? I said, don't worry, we'll learn when the time get to the time you want to cook that kind of food. You know what I'm saying? Remember, honesty. Honesty is what makes us shine. I was like, you take life easy. What's honesty and all this one all about?
Oh my God. I know, right?
So what I'm saying, you know, I think one thing that I noticed, and I want everybody to understand this part. You see this devotional, Yanifa, let me just say it to you openly. This devotional, you are using it to help us train all our kids. Even without us talking to them or teaching them what they have to do. It's like the Orishas talking to them directly, and they listen more to the book than us, I think.
Yeah, they do that. They do that. That is the point. They listen more to their teachers. Is that not what they do in school? They listen more to their teachers. My teacher said, and you as the parent, they feel because you are not in a school to teach. As long as you are not the one that wrote that book, you cannot know as much as that book. The book is the one that is the authority. That's exactly the way children are. That's the way they are.
That's one thing people don't understand. You know, I learned that when I was a child. That's what I made a lot of books. And I used to live in my book. Then I imagine everything in the book, and I live inside my book. I literally live in my book. Like I feel the essence of, and I just imagine it to be real.
Yes.
So I just when my sister was just talking, when my son was talking, I said, okay, I remember then the way I feel about my books. So
Yes.
I encourage every mother here, if you want to teach your child way of life, I usually say IFA is a way of life. If you want to teach your child way of life and give them the GPS of life without even doing an initiation, if I will use their words,
Yes.
it's just to buy this devotion. Yanifa,
Yes,
I
please.
don't know. I need to gave you the wisdom to do this. Every day I call you a working Orisha, but people don't understand why I do that because you are manifesting what Ella did when it came to this world the first time. Like as in manifestation of Oromila itself.
Sorry about that.
Why? Because this is it, you're helping us teach our kids now without us having to sit down and explain. There's this YouTube video online, somebody put it online with an AI voice of how the Orisha lived before. And there was this story behind Tyler usually dig into those parts and read. And then now, knowing the old, I think it's making Tyler feel like he's literally, let me say, half Babalawo. Like, he literally knows the Udo. You know what I mean? Like, he knows what it meant and how to say it. When he was pronouncing the words out of his mouth, I was just looking at him because he has this accent when he's talking. And saying it, hearing it in Yoruba, like say Yoruba word with the accent, is so beautiful.
I know.
So you know, it's just acting like as if I know my way around this food. And you might say, what autumn was that, Mama? I'll say it was so and so. in a divination. I would say, okay, wait, let me check. Would now be opening his book. I was like, Mini Babalawo, he wants to tell me they was so. I would just be looking at him, it makes things easier.
Yeah.
It makes the discussion, like, talking about IFA, so sweet, like, he's so, like, normal in our house. We're talking about Ogun, talking about explaining the way Ogun lived. My son said he was an embodiment of Ogun. We have this way of talking now in these houses. Everybody's just manifesting their spiritual self.
Wow.
I'm like, what's happening in this our house? Everybody can talk like who they are. My son's talk when he's talking sometimes, I just knew he's in alignment with his Ori. He's speaking from his spiritual self. And it sweetens me so beautifully. You understand? We have these conversations most time. It's literally not normal for any mother and child to have that kind of conversation. It's too deep for a 10-year-old to have with the mom. But it's literally happening in my home because of the way they are open to this thing, and I think their ancestral self just came out automatically when they started digging into IFA and the sacredness of IFA. You understand? We could communicate with them spiritually and communicate with them in their human form as well. It's the most beautiful thing you can feel in your child. I think it gave me an access to them spiritually.
Yeah.
During our chef for today, that was what my little daughter of 2 years manifested who she was to me. We were listening to our chef for today one morning, and she literally looked at Yanifa and just said, Yanifa, I love you, and started saying all that words. And that was when I knew her. I fully knew my daughter at that particular point. So I was like, oh my God, we have access to each other now, physically and spiritually.
A connection.
True, like, I think the connection, because of the connection with their earthly self and their spiritual self. You understand? My son was asking, there was it on Sunday morning? I had one of my beads on. So, and she just I'm just laughing because I'm reading a comment. Sorry, everybody. Okay. I had one of my beads on from Oloko. And my son, I woke up in the morning and I got up and came out, and my son saw me and was like, Mom, is that an Oloko bead? So casually, in my, and I said, yeah, it's Oloko. The one in my hand is Osho. And he was like, okay. And we passed each other after all the good money and everything. And when I came back, I was like, my son just asked me about Oloko and Osho just now. Like, we don't pass each other. There was no, it was like casual.
No awkwardness.
Like, this is my house. We don't know What's going on here? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I said there was no awkwardness in the conversation. Hello? I can hear you clearly.
Okay. No awkwardness. There's this freedom of speech around everyone, And we're in the house, we're talking about why this, why that. Are we supposed to really care all the time? If you want to embolden your Risha, how are you supposed to understand you are feeling your Risha right now? There's this conversation me and my son have sometimes. I just tell myself, Bonnie, so you day with your picking, I don't understand now. You guys can be outside sometimes, people will think you are from the moon. It's literally not normal.
Yeah.
But in the essence of being normal, it's actually normal because I think when you teach your kids the way it is, I think they understand it more than us because their ancestral self or who they were. Because most of these kids, I think most of them are the ones that lived before our people that came before us. That's who
Yes,
they are.
yes,
So
yes.
I think they connect easily with their ancestral self or what they came to this life to do. And they just got it quickly, like as in pick it, like
Yes.
they just magnets.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And you can easily just speak with them, you know. So what I was saying, we say all this in their house, but outside too is like that. Even in school now, they understand how it is. You know, like literally, my son's teacher knows. It's just normal. My son discusses with his friends, and they like wanting to know. They will now go and make some research, come back with an old to come and ask him, yeah, I saw one thing. How do you pronounce it? Or what do you do? What I told my son this thing yesterday. I said, when Yanifa brings out the hard copy of the devotional, you take it to school and you can be using it to teach your friends both if you like to. And I said, oh, that would be very nice because they usually ask him, and the computer is at home. He cannot download the computer with himself to teach them the essay. And I was like, okay, don't worry, the hard copy will be out. When the hard copy is out, you can take the hard copy to school and you can teach them. His friends used to literally go to the house to make research and come back with an order for him.
Really? Wow.
You understand? These are white kids. Yeah. So I'm talking, these are white kids, like as in mother, father, Dutch, grandparents, great grandparents, Dutch. You know, they want to know because, like, the teacher said he's so vast in history. He likes, as the teacher said, oh, I love the way your son explains history. It's so beautifully analyzed. Sometimes I'm like, proud moment. You know, I'm always happy when the teacher talks like that because it makes me understand that IFA is not just all about don't sacrifice ego. It's literally what that we live. It's literally philosophy. It's literally
Exactly.
everything. Mathematics. It's literally knowledge as a whole. It's literally everything you can think of as knowledge. That is what IFA is all about. You know the marks, the Odo marks, you know? His friend asked him what was that? Like, why do you have to mark those? Why is it like this?
Thank you for the
like
gift. Thank you,
you know,
for
and he asked me, and I said, you know what we'll do about that? We'll find a way around it. Because I don't know how to explain to you to go and explain
to them.
like
Don't worry.
We'll
So for the hard copy,
now say okay.
for the hard copy, it's going to be on Amazon Print on Demand from next week. We're signing up on Amazon Print on Demand. So you can always go to Amazon, get it printed, order it, and it will be printed and sent to you. Yeah, so that's what we're doing right now. Particularly because 80% of the people that are buying this right now are in the diaspora. So it's cheaper for us to just have print on demand websites do their own job, other than printing in Africa and then having to ship down to, to the West. So from next week, I would put it on the Global IFA channel once the sign up is done, and you can get print on demand. So you'll be able to get it every month printed for you from Amazon or any other. I think Amazon and Printify is what we want to use, but I would announce it and send the link so that he can get a physical copy and then explain to his friends. They will read it and understand. And we're also looking to translate into other languages as demand is coming up for it. We have demand for Spanish and French at the moment, so we would have that done. That will be next month, not this month again. So for French and Spanish, we would have it next month. And you know what, I mean, listen to what Yanifa Honey has said, Mrs. O Forever has said. there was one part that struck me, was the fact that her son's teacher in school had to ask, at this point, please, can I know what religion do you guys practice? Because there is something, your son cannot just stop talking, and his friends cannot just stop talking. And he got the attention of the teacher. Now, I want you to note this. We are not practicing spirituality that says, go ye into all the world and preach the gospel. No. His mommy never sat him down to say, go and tell all your friends in school that this and that and that. No. But he learned something. It excited him. He was able to apply it to his life as a 10-year-old. It made sense to him as a 10-year-old. It was reforming his life, and his spirit could connect with it as a 10-year-old. And he took that same information to other 10-year-olds, other children his age, and they were able to talk about it, and it interested those children too at their age. You don't need to tell anybody go into all the world. You don't have to do that. Which is why I said, you see, when spirituality becomes a real thing to you, all of these things that somebody is running after you to say, if you don't do it, you are going to hell. If you don't do it, God will be angry. And they will gaslight you to think about what Jesus did. If Jesus can do this, the least you can do is to tell somebody else. You don't need to tell anybody anything. Things will naturally gravitate from you if they are good things. Nobody sits somebody down to teach them how to do something wrong. So you don't really need to see, just, which is what Ashe for today is doing with this devotional. The information of Ifa, when you read the Odu Ifa, when somebody recites Ifa for you, as an adult, sometimes it takes you a lot of deep thinking to be able to appropriate it to your life as an adult. Now imagine a child. There are so many of these Ifas that they are 18 plus. They are for adults in every sense of it. How then are we going to be able to pull out information for children? Or are we saying children should not have a place in this? Look at the information that is being put out there about Ifa. You and I can boldly say that 95% of them are strictly for adults. Strictly for adults. Why did you think I didn't explain the items of Ebo in the Ashe for today? And then Tyler had to ask, what exactly are the items? Because at that their children age, they don't need that information. I have children around me when we are making Ebo to Ogun looking at us like, what kind of wicked and unreasonable people we unalive a dog like this every day? They don't get it. For their age, it is okay not to get it. But the part that they can get, let us explain it to them in a way that they can apply it to their life and freely share with other children. That is the reason for this. That's why we sit down every day to break down the Odu Ifa so that you as an adult can understand it at your age. For the children, it caters to age 3 to 17, whatever it is the year before adulthood is. And it caters to them in different categories. Age 3 to 5, there is a level of reasoning that they have. There is a way they can accept it. There is a way they can understand it. Age 3 to 6. Age 7 to 11, that's another phase of life. Age 12 and above, that's another phase of life. And we are able to break it down like this for them. And your children will accept it. She also said something that is worthy of note. She said they called her from school saying that some kids were involved in X, Y, Z, ABC. She sat down confidently and she said, it's not my son. My son cannot be there. He's not my son cannot be there. And mind you, she's raising her children in the West. It's not in Africa. In Africa, they have beaten the blue black out of you to know that there are some things you will not do. But in an environment where, it is more balanced among people of the other color, to be able to say as a parent that my children cannot be involved in this, that is another level of confidence you have in the information you feed your children with, in the conversations you have every day with them, the things that they are learning, the things that they are teaching. He asked his mom a question, and she said, "You will understand it later." He quickly brought the verse of Odu and gave it to his mom. Remember, Odrifa says, honesty is the only way you can shine. So you are better be honest if you want to continue to shine in life. He has received that. He knew when to bring it out. In every other thing he's doing in life, he would also recall it. When he gets to school and there is an avenue to be dishonest, Tyler remembers honesty. Odrifa says honesty is the only way you can shine, and he will choose honesty. And that gives his mother confidence that my son you will never find my son there. Oh, there are only 5 black kids in this school, and I saw 2 black kids there. Even if you see 4 black kids there, he cannot be my son. You cannot find 5 black kids there if there are only 5 of them in school and my son is one of them. That's confidence that makes a parent sit down and say, I know that this is the direction my children are going to. And she said the Ashe for today and her children watching the Odrifa teachings has been able to help them. Children need these things more than we do. I'm going to get to that, but Yanifa, thank you so much. I know you have to go to work now. Eshegoni Adupe, thank you so much. And let me make an iwure for your children. Let's share Idumari. The wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding that they are receiving from Ifa. They will not hear through one ear and it will just fly out through the other ear. It will be planted in them as a seed. It will grow, it will flourish. People will see it, it will be evident in their life, and other children through them will come to the knowledge of Ifa. And as those children are coming to the knowledge of it, their own parents will see the evidence in them and we ask, sorry, what have you been teaching my child? I also want to come to this. That's how it is. Ifa is practical everyday life. If you need to sit down and carry a bell and tell people, you need to listen to us, you have to do this, go and check yourself. No, go and check yourself. Your life should be able to speak. The difference between you yesterday and you today should be evident to explain to the people around you. And last share, Mary, as the teachings of Ifa has helped you to discover your children, to connect with them, to bring out the essence of them, the spirituality of them, the purpose of them, the true person that is inhabiting their physical body. Last year, you will not lose that connection. They will continue to go from one phase of success, one level of success to another. Last year, wọn ò ní fi òkú àwọn ọmọ yẹn ránṣẹ́ sílé, àwọn ọmọ yẹn ò ní ráàrin fẹsẹ̀ sí. Ní ọ̀tún lósì níbi tó ń lọ, peer pressure will not divert them from this path. Last year, they will remain the strong and unshakable pillar that cannot be shaken. Ifa cannot be shaken. As they have received the knowledge of Ifa, nothing will be strong enough to shake them and distract them in the course of this life. Last year, you will not work and spend money over sickness and disease over any one of your child. Wọn ò ní sáré pè yín ránṣẹ́ sí yín pé nǹkan kan ṣe àwọn ọmọ yín lódì láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní àfẹ́káyé báyìí òun látẹ́gùn fẹ́ àrànká gbogbo ayé lo òrùn ràn. Ògo àwọn ọmọ yẹn ó máa fẹ́ kárí ayé, ó máa ràn kárí ayé ni. As the light and the glory of the sun cannot be stopped, the glory that they've come to manifest in this life, nothing and no one will be able to stop it. Last year, Edumare. And I make this for every one of our children, whether they're in their minor or their adult age. Last year, Edumare. I want to take a minute to say, Kábíyèsí akíyín o. Kábíyèsí Yanifa akíyín, welcome to our midst. We are honored today to have a king in our presence. A Kábíyèsí is in our presence today. Eshegoni Adupe, thank you so much for joining us. We see the gift, we see your constant support. We are grateful. Ajay will continue to multiply it. Ajay will continue to increase you. Ajay will continue to make it easy for you to do all of the good things that you do. Wọ́n ní àbùdí ni tolókun àbùdí ni tọlọ́sà. as you take out of the ocean and the seas, it replaces itself. Nobody takes a bucket of water from the ocean and realizes, oh, there are just 10 liters left. No, Aji Olokun, Aji Olosa will continue to replenish everything that goes out from you positively. Let's share it, Mary. We love you so much and we're grateful to have you here. Thank you so much. Now, let me move on to Yanifa Owini. She also has another class shortly, so I need to let her go. Yanifa Owini, Eshe Goni Adupe, I say Aboru, Aboye, Aboshishe, I say Obu Ato to you. I know that she's been here a couple of times. She's been here so many times. And here in, here out, she usually mentions her journey with raising her kids in IFA and Isheshi. Now, she's going to speak from the angle of a parent that is raising kids that are special, exceptionally special. How has that journey been for you with raising your children with the knowledge of IFA, particularly because you are not directly from the continent? Like, you and your kids has not had any direct, contact with the continent, and this quote and unquote is foreign religion, quote and unquote, by passport nationality. It seems foreign and alien. And then you have embraced that in the midst of, the Abrahamic religion you were raised with. What is it like, raising your children in that way? How have they responded to it? What has been the challenges? How has it favored their lives? And how have you been able to do that amidst of the fact that they have grandparents who are not on this path? Because I know that grandparents take special ownership of their grandchildren. You cannot do this with my grandchildren. My grandchildren cannot, excuse me, sir, they are my children. Let's start from that first of all, before you jump into grandchildren, because I know how that can be. So, let me know how that has been for you, and let the rest of us enjoy the journey with you, because I know it's been a wonderful journey. Ogbo atoyin aboru aboye aboshishe.
Ashe, Oburobo Aboshishe, Alori, Aguato, Sudi Iworiwofu, Kabiesi.
Ah, hey!
Ashe.
I love the way you speak Yoruba. Let me say it again and again and again. The way she speaks her Yoruba is like, I want to learn Yoruba that way. I'm an indigenous Yoruba girl, but I just wish I can learn Yoruba the way Yanifa says it. Like, we talk about you, like, we talk about you and we talk about the way you speak it. Kabezi and I always say, like, the way she says her Yoruba, it flows like somebody is reciting Old River with every word, with every conversation. I love it. It sounds beautiful. I love
Don't
it.
talk to me the rest of the day. Can't nobody say nothing bad to me the rest of the day. Can't nobody, let me tell you. I'll tell you this real quick and then we'll talk about the kids. So, my ELO day, when I was learning, so before I got to the mat, I was learning, she gave us a morning prayer to do. And she said, you have this much time to learn to do this in Yoruba by heart. I need y'all to understand, like, I started learning about IFA at 41? Yeah, about 41 years old. I'm good in my 40s. You want me to learn a foreign language and learn this by heart? Okay. So I would sit in front of my altar and I would tell the ancestors, because I met just after getting my DNA test done. So I am predominantly Nigerian. Wow. And so I would sit and like, hey, don't talk about me. Don't talk about my broken Yoruba. Don't talk. I would just sit at the altar and practice. It's like, don't, and I still to this day, like, don't talk about my Yoruba. But when I was younger, growing up as an Israelite, my grandfather learned Hebrew. He did not grow up in that religion. So he met somebody in his teenage years who said, you're practicing the wrong religion. He converted. And in his conversion, he learned Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic. But as a kid, he lived in New York, so he wasn't close to us. But I always thought it was the coolest thing that he would just let it flow out his mouth like it was his language. But I never learned Hebrew from him. And it was one of the things that I fretted over. So coming to IFA, it's been important for me to, like, if I can't do nothing else, I'm going to get these orikis and these chants down in Yoruba. Even if I can't hold a conversation, if you come sit with me in veneration, I'm going to do it in Yoruba. So it means so much to me for you to say that, because I swear I be telling the ants, hey, you know what I said. Don't talk about me. You know what I was trying to say. Don't talk about me in my Yoruba. So I feel like it's important to share that my kid, already had given birth to all of my children by the time I started just having a spiritual awakening. And I didn't realize I was living IFA at that moment, but I was doing like Ori work and ancestor veneration. And I start with that first because it helped in a healing process. My firstborn child is Egun. And I was grieving that, like, I was just locked in the morning. I was locked in. Ancestor veneration, honoring my Egun, that helped me heal. Because his birthday would come along and I would be someplace in the fetal position. Don't talk to me. And it would be like that for a week. That whole week leading up to his birthday, I'd be like that. And when I say ancestor veneration foundationally helped me to heal, and it also gave me language to explain to my sons about them having a brother that they couldn't see. So I would tell them, I point to like, this is your brother, this is Gabriel Alexander, and he is an ancestor. That means he was here for a bit, and then he had to go back home to Orun, but he's always with you, and he always walked with you. So that's like, for me, it was like trying to put it in ways they could understand. It's like, you may not be able to see him, or me so, I don't know. But he's always with you, he's always looking out for you. If you ask me where I started with my sons, I started the same place I started. I started with Ori. And I didn't just say Ori, I started with Ori work. Every day, affirmations. I would just teach them affirmations to say to themselves. So like, you are beautiful, you are amazing. And my kids both are on the spectrum. So they're both on the autism spectrum, and both of them had speech delays. And so being able to get them to recite affirmations like after me meant so much. But I still was tiptoeing around it even after getting my ceremony. And I think I told y'all last night, I went to get ceremony, but my mom calls me on the way home and tells me all kind of stuff, which then gives me anxiety. Like, oh my God, did I do something crazy? What did I do? I left my kids to go do something crazy. And then I walk in, my son says, Mommy, you an angel. Okay, I'm good. But I didn't like blatantly introduce E5 right away. It took me a minute, because much like anyone else deconstructing from Abrahamic religion, I wanted to be sure before I introduced the religion to them. Also because I'm a fairly new mother. I still feel fairly new. At the time, what is this, 2027? This would have been 2021, 6 years ago. So my sons would have been like 3 and 2 at the time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, how do you teach your kids about God? I don't even remember how I learned about God. How do you teach your kids about God? I was so confused about even where to begin. So I just didn't hide it. So I'll be sitting in my shrine room in the mornings doing veneration, and I've started paying attention. I'd be invoking Ayla, and one or both of my kids would show up like they were called. And I'm just like, and I'm just watching the pattern. Every time I invoke Ayla, here they come. If I invoke Eshu, here, one in particular, Irritekbe. If I call Eshu, Irritekbe showing up. Like he was summoned. And I was like, and I'm just watching. And then one day, and again, Irritekbe, especially, this is prominent with Irritekbe. Irritekbe's speech delay is most severe. So if you ask me, he's 10 years old now, communication-wise, he's probably still closer to 5, if I'm honest. He's probably still closer to 5 years old. And he comes in the room, and I'm doing my Oriki to Eshu, and then he jumps in, Eshu Ma Shenyo, and I just looked at him.
Wow.
And I'm just like, where you get that from? I ain't never showed him a paper, nothing. And he's just singing it, and I'm just like, okay. And things were haven't had a child on the spectrum or a special needs child, you may not know, but like things like their sensory processing, how they react to the world can sometimes be really extreme. And it was just so disheartening sometimes because there's some days we can't even go to certain places because how it feels to them or how it looks to them. And they would just have a meltdown and you don't know why. And so I finally, when I went to receive my ceremony, my godmother, she told me, she said, you're going to initiate your kids to Shango. She said, Shango's protective of you heavily, and Shango's going to be protective of your sons. You're going to initiate your kids to Shango, and you're going to bring your kids to IFA. And I kind of said, okay. In my mind, I thought, okay, I'm going to bring her. She said what she said the way she said it. So fast and forward, I was like, okay, things are just getting really challenging. I was stressed out, and I could so think, I was like, what can I do to help my sons in their life with being on the spectrum? Like, how can I help them in their development? And he finally said, Itefa. And I looked and I was like, because again, I'm still deconstructing even within myself. And so I had to really sit with it. And it was like, okay. And so initially I did their Isefa. And they got named. I did their Isefa and they got named. And it was really funny because, I'm introducing them to their name, and I tried to include their dad. Like, their dad and I are divorced. I tried to include their father. And the way I explained it to him was like, the boys are going to go through a rite of passage. And I want to know if you want to be there when it happens. They're going to get names, and then you want to be there. He didn't want nothing to do with it. I was like, okay. Everyone else was busy, but I did ask my family if they wanted to come, but it was just a timing thing. So Aluo actually sat on the phone with me when I did it, though. He was able to be there on Zoom virtually. So they get their names, and my youngest son, yeah, he wasn't hearing it. He's like, my name is Jelani, and don't call me nothing else. I said, okay, fair. Mommy understands. But my middle child, Aaron Tekbe, he took to it the first day. Now, for people who know or heard about autism, one of the things that's challenging is getting the children to answer by their name. Like, it was one of the first things I noticed when it presented is he wouldn't respond to his name. And it stuck out to me because I had been calling him his name since I was pregnant. Like, the moment his dad said, I think his name is such and such a thing, I was rubbing my belly calling him his name. He exited the womb knowing his name. So when he stopped responding, it stuck out. It was hurtful. And so what I noticed is even when he would respond, it was a delay. It was always a delay. I had to call him several times. And I knew it wasn't him ignoring. It was him processing, I'm actually speaking to him. But that first night, I tested it out. I'm just sitting on the couch. He's down the hallway. And I yelled down the hall, Aaron, take that. And he showed up immediately. Child, I said, that's a fluke. I said, that's a fluke. And then it happened again. And then it happened again. And I'm just like, oh my God. Then I watched his behavior. On days where he wasn't really interacting with anyone else, it was just me. So he's getting Aaron Tekbe all day versus someone calling him Jaheen. And I'm like, oh my God. He's different. Like, he's melting down so much less. What is this? What is this? What is this? It wasn't until I did what Ifa said to do and did their Itefa when the youngest one took his name.
Wow.
And I watched the same thing with him. Their behavior was different. I cannot put it in words to let someone had been watching them. I can just tell you as a mother, my kids were not acting the same. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't want everybody to get it twisted. My kids still be doing the most. My kids still do the absolute most. I keep telling them, like, yo, mommy's trying to get her blood pressure down. I'm going to need you to chill out. pump your brakes. Like, chill out. To like, no, I'm not gonna get you this first thing in the morning. No, you know what? Go. I still have to do those things. But when I tell you things like meltdowns, certain places they could not go into, like getting them in an elevator, I would cry because their doctor's office was upstairs, and both of them simultaneously melting down in the elevator, and it stopped.
Wow.
And it stopped. And I'm just like, and so I finally made the decision to purposely get them into veneration. And yes, they fight. They fight it. The kids are on the spectrum. They need their tablets. Like, like, what do you mean separate me from my device? And I didn't initially. I started working them to it. So now we're at a space where they can sit in veneration with me for however long it is without their tablet. And they'll get to like right to the end before they be like tweaking. But I finally said, okay. I told my family first. I said, the boys have new names. They underwent a ceremony. They received new names. This is what I need you to call them. And I'm asking you to do this not just because they got ceremony. They act differently when they're called by these names. And I want to keep that going wherever they're at. So I need you to please, I gave them pronunciation, please call them by their names. And my parents accepted that. My parents accepted that, my sister accepted that, and it's real funny because that young one, that's the one right there. The little small one, he's the one. Because my sister messed around one day, she's like, Jelani, he said, my mommy don't call me that. My name is Ibe Fieri. And I was like, oh.
Wow.
Okay. So,
wow.
And then apparently, they have to go to receive certain support for being on the spectrum. So they get what's called ABA therapy. And they're there like 4 hours a day. And so I finally decided to reach out to their ABA team, their speech team, occupational therapy, and I told them the same thing. I said, you're not going to understand this, but if you know me as a mother, you know I want to just tell you no mess. Please use my son's new names. I gave them the phonetic spelling. I told them why. And ABA was the coolest one because they all had stickers on a Post-it note and came to my car to get the boys. And they all said, good morning, Erin Techman. Good morning, Ibe Fieri. And I'm just like, One of the clinicians, Kel, he went so far as to like, how do you say bye in Yoruba? And so in the mornings when they get out the car, he makes them say Odabo to me.
Aww.
If don't nobody else do it, he makes them say Odabo to me. And he learned how to say Ekaro in the morning when I drop them off. And I'm just like, they took to it immediately. And when I picked them up that afternoon, it was on a few afternoons I was available to pick them up myself. They said, Mama, we don't understand, but those was different kids today. We don't understand, but those were different children today. So to have someone not family related, not nothing, say, yo, these are different kids, and everyone that had an opportunity, they said the same thing. Those are different children. Like, they make the same kids. And I just said, okay. So now I started working them in. Ibe Fieri is the one. Interesting because Oluo told me Erin Tekbe's Odu says he's a natural priest. Ibe Fieri's Odu says he'll see stuff, but it'll feel like every day, so he not ever tell me. And I'm just like, bruh. So I don't think Ibe Fieri, like I used to not think Ibe Fieri paid attention. And so I'm just sitting in the living room, and I'm singing to Ori, and I hear a small voice singing with me. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, Ori, Sami, Ori, and I just hear, Ori, Sami, and I'm just like, bruh, are you singing with me? When did you learn? When did you learn that? Erin Tekbe would come in, I'd be doing Ayla, and I'd be like full Ayla. And he'd be right there in step. They had, Erin Tekbe specifically had a really bad day one day. It started in the car. It was just a very bad day. He was melting down in the car. And I put I got him in the house, and he was not calming down. So I pulled out one of my mats, and I was like, sit here. Just lay here on the mat. And I sat there, and I was like, I iba his ori, and I was like, can you help me with this? And it's like, not alone. I said, who is it? It's Obata. Cool. And so I'm sitting there with him. That's like, I just need you to breathe, son. And just breathe. And then there's an artist in Trinidad, Ella Andal. And I love all her Orisha music, every one of it. So I'm just sitting there with him. Orisha. And singing over him. And slowly but surely, he starts to calm down. He starts to calm down. Showers were always real challenging. Showers were real bad. And so we'd be in the shower. And so he would ask, sing Ayla, mommy. And so I'd stand in the shower and give him a shower and be like, hello, Mosey. And he would start to sing with me and he would calm down. He would just calm down. And I'm just like, okay, we can do this. Like this, we can do this. That's just the word and its effect on them. That's literally just the word and being able to lean into those things. If I put water on their head, they know, cool head, mommy, cool head. And they bring your head here. cool head, mommy. And I'm like, yes, we cool these heads down because y'all doing the most. Like, come here, let me lay this liquid upon thy head and cool your head down. Being able to do that with them and they'll really start to get it. As we've progressed now, like it's been like little things, just learning how to raise them. Like, Ave Fieri used to tell me the water in the shower was hot. And I used to feel like he was just being a dramatic Leo. It's not as hot as you're saying, son. His dude has an eton about a woman who was told not to keep Oshun someplace hot because she didn't like to be hot. Both of my children received Oshun. Both of my children have received Oshun. Yeah. So I'm like, and then I'm looking at him, and I'm looking at the old dude, and I'm looking at him, I'm like, bruh, are you not supposed to? And so I'm like, oh, so you've been telling me you're taboo this whole time, and I didn't get it. So also it made me relocate my Oshun. It's like I relocated where my Oshun was in the house because of it. It's been like, this isn't in their Odu, but there's a verse in another Odu that talks about a mother asking for children and the baby, the IFA saying the baby's gonna be born and something's gonna happen with their leg. Don't worry, they're gonna grow up to be a great person.
Yes.
And I always take that not limited to their legs, like this is about children who may be quote unquote handicapped in some way, that they're gonna grow up to be great people. And that has been the thing that kind of helps me. IFA has helped me as a mother, caring for two young men. I am in the they all, it's hard enough being black, and it's hard enough being young black men. They already don't see our children as children. Add the fact that they're special needs, so they're gonna do stuff like what a normal child does and kind of raise that to like the nth power. Sometimes it's just more, and being able to manage that for them. So now today we do veneration together, and yesterday was so cool because we're sitting there and I'm doing ew, and then they're drumming on their thighs. I never told them to do that. I never once told them to drum with me. They're just drumming. They know the calls and responses. Since they're both, have their ITEFA, when they come into space when my students are watching on Zoom, Aaron Tegme in particular, because Andre Fieri could care less. He don't want to be bothered. But Aaron Tegme will come in and they'll all greet him. They'll say, and he knows how to respond to them. Not only does he know how to respond, because I've been teaching them how to greet me as an elder, the touching the body before they raise up. You can see him doing it in the air as he does the agbo ato. I think it's the coolest thing because I didn't tell him to do it. It was just something he picked up. And I feel like the more he does Oriki, the more he greets and interacts with my students, the more he's doing these things, I can tell there's a shift in his communication. He does more spontaneous utterances is what they call it, but he speaks more spontaneously. Because my kids are homeschooled, and IFA was on my neck about me needing to be the one at homeschool, because originally I gave it to my sister to handle. And IFA said, that ain't what you're supposed to do. So I had to work the curriculum, and so I have done things to work IFA into their curriculum. So, like, we do an IBA to the major Odu and their personal Odus, my Odus, and the Odus of the temples in our egg bay. And it's so funny because then my son will say, what's the 20th Odu in the list? And I'll be like, bro, I don't know. Let me count from where. let me count. But at this point, they count all the Odu by them. They can do the Odu by themselves that I've taught them in order. They can just call them Iba and Ethiopia, Iba Eftomeji, and they just do them in order by themselves. I gave them a simple prayer to Orumila. So they bow to their Ifas and they do their own prayer to Orumila. We're working on gratitude. So they know in the mornings, hands on heads, they give gratitude to Ori, and they ask for Ori for what they need. My son came in and was like, yo, mommy, can I have some McDonald's? We'll see. Can I ask my Ori for it? Absolutely, son. Go off. Go off. So his hands are on his head. And he's like, Ori, thank you for making sure that I get McDonald's today. About an hour later, my dad comes down the hall. Hey, I'm going to go buy dinner. Is there something for the kids? And I'm just like, shouts out to Ori. Okay. All right, then. Go ahead, son. I had them helping me like take offerings outside. So when I was living on my own, I had a nice tree in the backyard. And anytime something needed to go to the tree, I could give Aaron take that. Go take the apple out to the tree. So he'd take it out and put it nice and neat by the tree for me. And if I needed something to go to SU, I'd have them go give it to SU. And they do their little wiggle. That's the funniest because especially Aaron Technic, because they both need occupational and physical therapy. So some like motor skills are still developing for them. And so it's the way he wiggles, and I'm just like, okay. And then they give issue, and they say, thank you for my blessings. And so I have them do the offerings, and sometimes they'll come in. It's interesting moments. I casted Odu in the mornings purposely. I do my Dafa with them. And so what I've done for their schooling, both of them are working on handwriting, sentence writing, and things like that. So I have like a spiral notebook I've turned into journals for them. So I'll add a journal page when I want to do Dafa with them. And so it says today's Odu, and I draw little circles so they can draw all the Odu on their opal, and then like the right essay and the left essay, and this is what these mean in the basics, and I'm like, this is the other message Ifa saying, and so they can write. So this is their handwriting, but they're also learning Ifa at the same time. I pulled one verse from each one of their Odus. And so we talk about the verse and we use it for reading comprehension. So how many priests were there, and what were the priest's name, and who was the person that needed help, and how did they feel about this situation, and did they listen to the advice? Good. What happened when they listened to the advice? What blessing did they receive? I recently added math. So I added in like how many different animals they had to give. And I'm like, okay, so how many total animals was it? Okay, now how many different animals was it? So they could understand like the total versus the difference. And was it more this or more that? I'm gonna add the calories in next. We're gonna get in that math, get that good math in. So I've been learning at how can I take IFA and weave it into their curriculum. So they did a water series 1 month, and I weaved in, and I didn't even just IFA, I weaved in hoodoo that month too. No, I weaved in hoodoo the next month. But I weaved in like, these are the water orishas, and here's some traits and what bodies of water they're associated with. So I did like Yemoja, and I did Oshun, And I even added Shango Oya, that's like rainwater. This is also water. This is rainwater that falls from the sky. So I've been looking for ways to weave Ifa in with their regular, what's expected of them to learn curriculum. And I don't know how many parents of kids with special needs are out there, but I can honestly say it helps. Like I cannot, and I won't lie to you, like this is not, I won't say this is a cure. They're gonna be on the spectrum. But what I learned is that if we were not subject to colonization, my kids would likely be considered seers and griots and things of this nature. And it's like, okay, this is what we're doing. But now looking at how just exposure to the tradition has been helping them, and how taking certain behaviors and things that are part of just living in the tradition, like doing their affirmations, which is Ori work. And it's just really cool to me what they pick up. Like Oluo, I do Oluo's full Ifa name in my Mojibas and my Ibas, but they know him just as Papa Teji. But I've now purposely started alternating to make them make the correlation and put it in the same spot. So now in Tegbe, I'll just be sitting there and Eva Ori, Ori, a little Iba, and he's like, Papa Teji, Baba Shango. I have never told him that Oluo has Shango. I ain't never said that. He's just been calling him Baba Shango. And I'm just like, okay. They can, if I'm casting with Opwele, they can read the Opwele. They know what the Opwele corresponds to with the marks of the Odu. If I'm casting Ikin and I hold out the Ikin in my hand, they know exactly what I'm supposed to mark. They know what I'm supposed to mark. And so now I'm teaching them to put names to marks. They're putting names to marks. So those flashcards I designed, I lay the flashcards out in front of them. And I'm like, okay, which one corresponds to the marks that I have? And so they'll find the flashcard that matches so that they can tell me what the Odu is. And pattern recognition, all those things. It's like, this is like really, really helpful for them. And for me as a mother, when I'm trying to figure out what the world is going on, I have to remind myself, like, you was a whole Yanifa. Yeah. You was a whole Yanifa. I'm gonna need you too. Look at the things. And with Ifa being the wisdom of nature, I look at nature and pay attention. So this may not be an Odu, but Ifa is the wisdom of nature, so I look at everything. So I started paying attention to their sleep pattern during moon phases. And I was like, bruh, so y'all not going to sleep with the new moon unless I really work at it. Full moons don't go to sleep. New moons, absolutely not. They up. They up. What is sleep? Someone said help. What is sleep when it's a new moon? But being able to, Ifa teaching to understand the correlation between the cycles of nature and cycles in humans lets me understand their cycle. I can sleep on a new moon. They cannot. So I have to do other things to get them to relax so that they'll go ahead and go to sleep. And if they do sleep, I know they're going to wake up stupid early, because that's just what their sleep causes. That's just what happens with their sleep. And just paying attention to those things. Like the last couple of days, they've been a little the most, but my blood pressure has also been real crazy. Like, my blood pressure has been really crazy. They are empaths. They're picking up on me. So I know, me and Ori got a date. Ori got a date with an Omiro, so that I can get myself settled. And then that way they will be more settled. So Ifa tells me to pay attention, watch for patterns, watch for things that are going on that could be causing those shifts. Knowing that I need to take good care of Big Day. Knowing that if I need something for them, like as far as watching over them when they're not with me. One of the Itadoguns, we got a prayer that, to carry over our kids, I cannot go with you, so I sent IFA with you. So they learn how to greet their eleges. My kids are on the spectrum, and sensory includes things touching them. So getting them to full on put them eleges around their neck, once my back is turned, the thing is off. I know. Once my back is turned, they're taking their eleges off. And I have tried, I said, I don't know if I need different size beads for them or what, but they will keep them in their pocket. So they come and get their eleges off their IFA.
You come into the
They low side IFA, the eleges, and put them in their pocket and take them with them when they get to leave the house. And it's those little things, like day before yesterday for veneration on Oshe E5. I was like, I'm not doing the Oriki, one of y'all do it. And so they did the Oriki to Ori. I didn't do it. I did the Oriki. They did it. I let them lead that.
Obviously, please turn off your mic.
So
Obviously, please turn off your mic. I'm trying to turn it off from here, but it's not. I don't know what's going on. All right, thank you.
he just got it.
Yeah. I
let them lead. I'm not singing this one today. You sing it. Oshun, all three of us Oshuns. I just let them do it. Like, go ahead and sing the Oshun for me. And they go ahead and sing the Oshun, and they sing the Uri, and they sing to the Egun. And I'm like, this is nice. I love this. This is so nice. This is so nice. As a mother, as I still feel like a very learning a new mother, Ifa tells me to learn who my children are. I feel like a lot of times parents are experiencing their children, but Ifa teaches us to learn our children. Who are they? Who are they growing to be? Mm-hmm. And what can I do as both their Yeye and their Yanifa to help facilitate that growth and that development in them? Things that might be challenging for them. What are the things that are going to be fairly easy for them? I always get an old dude, it's like, don't be too hard on your kids. First off, who are you talking to? Stop yelling at me. Stop yelling. Like, a time about Yemoja, when they broke all her crystal, and Eshu came and said, you fool. Am I? am I fool? But it helps. Like, Ifa helps us as parents, like, learn who they are, what's going to be best for them, how to raise them, what educational system. And even if I don't have a verse, Ifa tells me it is, as a lawyer would say, compulsory for me to go seek out that information in a way that I can get it. Mm-hmm. So if I can't find an Itan to tell me, hey, what does their schooling need to look like? Are they going to be good in public school? Or they need homeschool? Okay, cool. So, yeah, I did a reading to see public school or homeschool. And it was homeschool. They're supposed to be with you. They're supposed to be with you. They're supposed to follow you around. They are both supposed to grow up and become keepers, fathers of the mysteries. Mm-hmm. And so, little by little, and Agbe Fieri came to me the other night after the dog scared me. Remember I told you about that dog that scared me? Yeah. He came to me that night, but he would not use words. And so he acted like I didn't realize it. I thought he was spitting, he was spraying. And I was like, somebody want OT? And he nodded. And I'm like, who? And he points over. No, he starts pounding Ikin in his hand. Like when the imitation of pounding Ikin. Yeah. And I'm like, is it Ifa? His hair, and he walks off. So I grabbed my shells real quick. I said, does Ifa actually want some OT? Yes, is it just Ifa? It's both? Okay. So I didn't tell him. They weren't with me when the dog thing happened. Yeah. And I came home and I had sat on my bed and I was like, oh my God. Thank you, Odi. Thank you, Ori. Thank you, Ifa. Thank you, Eshu. Thank you, Orisha. Good Lord. Because I know y'all was a fit. in front of that dog. And then for him to come in shortly thereafter, like basically it's like, if I need some tea. And I'm like, say less. Done. Let me go ahead and get that taken care of. Let me get that squared away. I have learned to listen, even if I don't understand in the moment. I learned to listen, to hear them. Because if I'm intuitive, I know they are. And even though they have a speech delay, they can communicate in some capacity. So I pay attention when something seems like real, like, what made you say that? Because I know Spirit is speaking. And they're still not in a place that they can tell me Spirit is speaking to me. I can tell, like, especially if I'm in here, Aaron Tegbe will do veneration. I can tell Spirit's moving because he'll just get to giggling. He will just get the and I'm just looking at him like, you good, son? Give me your foot. Let me come stand on you. Let mommy come stand on your feet for a second. Are you okay? I'm fine. Are you sure? Are you okay? And they're not scared or anything, and it means so much to me. It means so much to me. Andre Fieri cleaned my issue for me. It's like, okay, all this stuff is done. Can we clean that off? So he cleaned issue for me, and it's just really cool to have them. We're growing together, and it just means a lot to be able to share it, and I love that. How much of a support it has been for their development and for mine.
Ashe. Thank you so much, Yanifa. I love hearing you speak about your kids and Ifa, time and time again you put it into our different conversations, and one of the reasons I love it is because it challenges the rest of us who are raising kids that are not on the spectrum, because if she can do this with her children over the years patiently, as challenging as it can be and sometimes maybe discouraging, if she can do that and experience these results that she's experiencing right now, and she's sharing it with so much joy, and we can also hear the improvements, then the question is, what's your excuse? What is my excuse? What's the excuse of every one of us? I mean, we're raising kids differently in different, continents and all of that, but there is a way that we can all incorporate the teaching of Ifa into our children's everyday lives, irrespective of what it is. If you are Mrs. O Forever is not homeschooling, and she's able to incorporate Ifa into it. Ashe, for today in the morning on the way to school, her kids listen to it. On Sundays, they are here, they are on YouTube, she is on TikTok. Immediately, as soon as Yanifa Winnie mentioned flashcards, she had dropped a comment, please, how can I get that flashcard? She wants to get as many materials that is centered around Ifa and Isheshe for her kids, because she cannot just depend on the fact that, I'm going to teach them myself, so this is, I love to hear it, because it tells me that like my Nigerian people will say, we all have a lot to do, like we all have a lot to do. And let me just say this, Yanifa, just in case you haven't looked into it, I believe that our experiences in life, the way we happen in life, is largely to be able to help other people navigate it. Some of us, our lives are just like that. I know it can be very annoying that we have to experience, quote and unquote, certain things so that other people can do better at it, so that we can help other people, skip through the things that we had to go through. That's pretty much what the story of the life of so many of us are. So I want it to take it. Okay, Yanifa, will you just send a request? Or let me check. I want you to please look into the fact that there are other parents that are like you, who are taking care of the same kind of kids that you're taking care of right now, the peculiarity that your children have. And a lot of them, it's frustrating for them to raise their children with, English and regular everyday life lessons and teachings. It's challenging for them to help their children adapt to regular life. let alone adding something that is totally foreign and alien to it. And you have been able to build up something. I don't know how you have done it, because even with my kids, so my first two kids lived in Nigeria for a longer period, and they understand Yoruba. They can't speak it like the way I speak Yoruba, but they understand Yoruba pretty much 90% of whatever it is you say. The other three don't. They didn't grow up around here. So I am still learning. I'm still teaching my own children Yoruba. And sometimes it's like, can't you just get it? I said this thing to you yesterday. Well, teach your siblings. You understand Yoruba, teach them. I don't know how to. This is me that is currently in Nigeria. That is a full-time Yanifa, and Yoruba and Ifa is my everyday life. If I can find it challenging, I mean, you have drafted out something that none of us know how. I don't know how. And to that, I give you, I don't know if you have heard this saying, when a Nigerian says, three busa to you, we'll say busa, busa, busa. Like, I give you all the accolades, all the flowers, all the iba, everything that comes with it. I give it to you. I'm not giving you three busa right now. I'm giving you 1,000 busa, because what you're doing is another, I don't know what the word to find, but what you're doing is amazing, super amazing. So please, just in case if you have not looked into it, please curate something for parents that are also on the same journey with you, to be able to help them navigate adding Ifa to the teaching of their children in such a way that it will be easy. Because I have clients who have children on the spectrum. Their excuse of not learning Ifa, of not being consistent, is their children. Oh, I heard you, Yanifa, when you trust me, I heard you. I helped you say it so that you can go to work, but you are still here if you have time. Please, I have, like I was saying, I have clients who their children are their excuse, because they have children on the spectrum, special needs children. That's their own excuse as a parent for not being consistent and not learning Ifa. So you can imagine that that kind of parent doesn't even have time to teach the children, because she cannot even concentrate. And I understand them, because a lot of them are single parents, So please, whatever it is you have learned, just put it together as a program, that other kids can come into, other parents can be a part of, if you are not already doing that. That's what Yanifa Honey also wanted to tell you. I think that's part of what she wanted to say, if it's not everything.
Multiple. Go ahead.
That's what I wanted to say. Yawa, you heard me loud and clear. That's what I wanted to say. Right? When she was just speaking about her kids, that was what you calling your kids like as if they are normal. They're spectrum to our human look, but they are your eagles that came back for a reason. Yanifa, let me explain something to you. They might be that, they are what they don't speak, but they have their language. You need to learn their language. Learn when they speak to you. Yeah, they might not be speaking the way we communicate right now, but they speak to you in a way that I think you need to sit down and study how to speak with them and connect with them and hear them when they say things loud. I think you have to really, really, really hear them, and you are going to do this in a very big way. There are a lot of kids out there, because of those kids, that's why they are the way they are right now, and they came to you in that form because of those kids. So those kids that you need to heal, how will I say it? You need to start something, curate whatever, listen to their language, understand them, build them, and then they can come out in their full essence to teach those other kids. The moment you start doing this, you see the limitations on your kids. Yeah, the word called it limitations, but it's not. Those limitations that we see humanly, we become something extraordinary. That people will come to meet you and ask you, whoa, how
did this happen? What kind of kids are these? This is what I heard while we were talking about the kids. And that is who they are. They are not just ordinary spectrum kids, the way people call them. They are kids that came for a reason among this generation. And for really, you need to learn. You have the patience, you have the intelligence, you have everything in your possession to learn their language. Yeah, that's the only message I have. Bye.
Ashe, thank you so much. Have a great day at work. I am so grateful. Ashe Goma, Ashe. Yanifa, so she has, while she wanted to come up, I knew she was running late from work, and I just received that message from her, and she has also said it herself. So please, your children, like I said, see, we're experiencing this life, especially who we are, you know what I'm referring to. We're experiencing this life so that other people that are here, we are here to help the rest of the people experience unique things in life, help them, instead of just coming to teach them or to speak at them. This is the way to do it. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie. We are going to our own way, the way our orishas and the way Ifa teaches us to teach, or allows us to teach, or make us teach, is through our own everyday life. Like, there are certain things that I don't need to take a microphone to tell somebody. They resonate with me by just hearing my story. Some people are resonating with you somewhere by just hearing your story. And truth is this thing that you are doing, there are very few people that have the patience to do it. Now, there are quite a number of people that are also here with that assignment. But you see, out of those quite a number, there are just a very few that have the patience and have been able to do it life. So the rest of them are waiting for you. Those parents are waiting for you. I have a lot of them on my list in the diaspora. In fact, I am the one that is helping the parents. I am the one that is helping the parent. Yes, yes, Yanifa, you will. I'm the one that is helping the parents on their own journey. I can't help their children. Helping the parents themselves is exhausting. Sometimes I need to just remember the peculiarity of their family structure and just breathe. And just, that is with the parents. So now imagine the children. So, Yanifa, over to you. Thank you so much.
First off, well, thank you. Thank you so much. As a mother, we need to hear that sometimes, that yes, you're doing well. Yes, and I know for me, that is one of the things Yamoda is here to help me with, is me honoring I'm doing well. In the US, a lot of times they will tell you when your child is on the spectrum, they'll look at how old you were when you got pregnant, and they'll put that as like, well, you were over maternal age, because according to the US, I was. Like, I just started having kids, and I'm 47. And so I'm like, did I do this to my children? Like, is this my fault? And so there's this guilt sometimes that comes through that's that I steady try to work through. And there's that concern of them growing up and being okay. But I will tell you this. I have been, it's one of the things I've been needing to materialize. It has been tossing around in my spirit on how to help parents with children with special needs, not just autism, but special needs in general. And it has been on my spirit that if you just knew your child's destiny and their blueprint, this would change so many things in the child and the parent's life. Hold on.
This is a reminder.
Alexa, stop. And doing things that help. And even me, like, I have to stop my son. I had to stop stopping my son from greeting everyone, because I realized that is how he's building social skills. that's how he's building his social challenge, is he comes to speak to everybody. Plus, I'm confident he's an SU like me, and he got to open up for us to learn. So I can't even teach a class good without him starting. But I need you to know I'm working on it, y'all. I am. I'm working on it. That's why in a little while, in about an hour, I'll be teaching Sunday school. Because,
Yes,
you know, I'm teaching Sunday school, and it's interest today. Last week was character. Today it's speak good words, and we're using one of the verses from Iro Sun Obey, and doing that verse, and then we're gonna go through a little exercise for them to speak good words to themselves for part of the Sunday school. But now they're kids. It's not just them.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just them. It's them, and then the kids of my students. It's the kids of my students, and my vision is a school. Like it's always been my vision. Ever since having a spiritual awakening, I wanted a school for Black people to embrace their African heritage and their roots. It has always been the thing, and heavy on making space for children who are special needs, who have, you know, different learning styles, and being able to be patient and like, okay, this one I need to repeat this a couple of times. And I think that's why almost every adult student I've had so far has had some sort of neurospiciness, whether they're on the spectrum or ADHD. Every adult student that has come to me, all of them have had special needs. All of them. And so I know there's something I'm supposed to do. I'm just working through how to make it come full force. But I'm working on it. The book is coming. I don't need y'all yell at me real loud about that book. The book is coming. The yelling at me about the book is coming. That's on my list of things to work. The book is coming.
Yes, the book is coming.
I'm going to do the thing.
The book is coming. The book is coming. Yanifa. First of all, please let me say something. You said that they told you, see, first of all, any information that you hear that is peculiar with America, with the US, with the States, just know that there's something wrong with it. Especially when it puts women in a certain light. Please, please. If women are having kids at a certain age, and that puts their children at a risk of being on the spectrum, okay, it means that me, if I leave Nigeria at age 20 and I go to the US and I have kids at age 45 and I've become a US citizen at that time, if I experience it, it becomes a general law. But how come women of your age, women of your same African build, of your age, in other parts of the continent, particularly in Africa and in Asia, why are they not experiencing the same thing? Why is it not a thing? Why are we not hearing it outside of there? See, don't let these people make you feel it's not making me. Those of you that are Nigerian here, I know we have a predominantly diaspora audience. Those of you that are in Nigeria, please, have you heard that thing before? Have you heard it before? That they said, when I had my third child in the US, they said I was 30-something. So the pregnancy is high risk. Excuse me, ma. That age is already borderline. Borderline, go. Border AME. Don't let these people make you feel any kind of way. See, to a very large extent, if we're going to speak medically, right? If we're going to treat being on the spectrum medically, and the reason America has it in a higher percentage, they know why it is happening. I don't want to go into details right now because it's something I'm very passionate about. They know the lifestyle choices, the food choices. They know the things that they are injecting into food here and there. That is they should stop it. Please don't let them drag you into all of that. Do not let them drag you into all of that. There is no, globally, there is no direct correlation between the fact that a woman will have a child at a certain age, and that will now mean to put the child on the spectrum. Go and look at so many women in Africa having children as after the age of 40. Go and look at them, and they are there, and their children are. Please, first of all, don't take that one out of the equation. Your children they were attached to you the way they are in this lifetime for a reason, for a purpose. Even if there is a choice that came from you, let me make this clear. We hear every day people say that people that are smoking stand the risk of this, stand the risk of this. If you look around you, I'm not talking about the States. If you look around you in Africa, you will see elderly men, old men, men that are 70 and above, who have been smoking heavily from as long as they can remember, and they are aging gracefully, and there's nothing that is happening to them. Now, does that rule out the fact that there are some of them that will develop health challenges? Now, who gets to decide the ones who will develop health challenges and the one who will not? Practicing the same thing. Who gets to decide that? What has medical science been able to explain about that to us? Nothing. Oh, people that do this stand the risk of having cancer. Okay. What of the people that are doing the exact same thing and don't have it? What is the explanation that medical science has? Nothing. They will just tell you because there is a risk of it, stay away from it. They don't even have any medical proof for the percentage that will be or not be. Meaning that even if by personal choice, either directly or indirectly, we contribute to an outcome, the fact that that outcome will be and will not be largely is out of our control. To a very large extent, it is out of our control. To a large extent, because we are living this life every day to see that. Oh, don't do this, don't do this, don't do that. Don't go through D and C if it should stop the risk of you getting pregnant in future and blah 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 blah. We had girls when we were in school who went through quite a number of D and C on their journey through, and they still finished from school, came in to choose a man, they picked a good husband, they had good children. And we have virgins that stayed to virginity age 36 before they finally found man. And when they found the man, they are still there struggling with fertility. So to a very large extent, some of these things are not just like that. So at the end of the day, we cannot rule out the fact that there is still a part of it that has to do with the destiny that you picked and how you are going to happen in this life. I have the cleanest lifestyle and you have no. Exactly. Yanifa Olorimena, I know that part of her story. So you see, all of these things is not supposed to mean that don't be careful when you do things, don't make the right choices and all of those things. But at the end of the day, you see, what you are meant to walk through in this life still contributes to a large percentage of how things turn out. So those kids are your kids for a reason. You are the one walking them through the journey of life for a reason. And one of those reasons, because I know you personally, is to be able to help other people that are on that journey figure this thing out easier. And last year, Idumari, the Rumoles will make it easy for you. The Orishas will make it easy for you. We are all here to give you all the support that you need, in one way or the other. Your Egbe is here. You have spotted quite a number of them, and you will still continue to see the ones that are assigned to you in this time of life to make that a reality. To make that a reality. Last year, Idumari. Somebody said something. Your argument is that one's destiny overrules actual statistics. I didn't say that. Is that okay? I choose my words carefully. And I would repeat some of the things I said. I said, choices that we make in life, they have consequences. But it is a mix of that and your destiny. There are certain things that human analytics cannot explain. That is where the supernatural and the spiritual and your destiny comes into place. And between you and I, there are so many things that human analytics cannot fully explain. They just leave it to, we're making more research, or you know what, stop digging deep into things. Just make sure you stay on this side. Is that okay? So I did not say destiny overrules. Maybe you are joining me for the first time. If there is anything I stress on, is the fact that in IFA, co-creation of your reality is what it is. There is your destiny and there is you, the human person, co-creating something. That destiny is not going to happen if you are not co-creating. And you alone cannot say, I want to create a future for myself, alien or separate from your destiny. It cannot happen. It's a co-creation. Both of them go line in line. So when you have your medical analytics, your health analytics, it goes side by side. Your experience in your health goes side by side with your destiny and you, the practices of human life that you are focused on. Which is why IFA differs from religion that tells you that everything is dependent on God and the devil. No, IFA says there is this and there is that, and both of them function together to produce life's results. You can be as healthy as life can get it. Your doctor can check you on every level and say you are good on every level, and you will still experience certain health challenges that life will not be able to explain why it is happening. We have seen people travel to places in search of a child, dealing with infertility, and every result comes out to say you are fine, home and abroad. But then they come to IFA, and IFA says the person born out of this odu is destined to experience childbirth delay. There is absolutely nothing that can be done. Now, those are facts. And there are people on the other hand who are the ones that are choosing. They have made certain choices in the past that have messed up their reproductive health. And they would have delay in childbirth. Some might not even be able to biologically birth children in this lifetime as a matter of their choice. And yet, medical science cannot help them. Medical science sees the problem, but it cannot help them. And then they come to IFA. IFA says, this is not what your destiny was supposed to be. You are supposed to have children freely. So in that case, they have been a part, they have been, what is it called again? An actor in a movie to recreate their destiny. That's not what life was supposed to be like for them, but they made choices. Somebody made a choice on their behalf. Somebody told them, oh, I can take you somewhere and they will help you take out this growing fetus. And they went down that path and their entire womb was messed up. And medical science can do nothing about it. Meanwhile, destiny says they are supposed to have plenty of children. So these things vary in so many ways. So there has never been a time that I said directly or indirectly that destiny supersedes human analytics. No, you will not hear that here. And don't conclude on what I didn't say. I needed to stress that out before somebody will pick words that I didn't say and said, Ifa College said X, Y, and Z. No, Ifa College didn't say that. I hope you get what I said, whoever that gave that comment. Somebody is also saying that I'm one of those PCOS diagnoses, but my Odu highlights I will get pregnant older. I share. Kábíyèsí ẹ̀rí fa ẹ̀ka àbọ̀sà akínyìn o. You know I'm extra, I'll be extra. Kábíyèsí, are you ready to, if you're ready to join us, as a father with beautiful and amazing children, who used to be a pastor, who used to be in the pastoral school, pastoral ministry, and who used to and who used to carry church on their head like Assistant Jesus. Now you are here, you are on this journey of IFA, and you have moved so fast. Like one day you are just Mr. Mike, and today you are Kabiyesi, you are Oluwo. Like your journey in Ifa and Isheshe looks to me like something that was just waiting to happen. Like, oh my God, we've been waiting for him now. He's finally here. How is it like for you? Raising your kids, wanting them to know what you know, particularly now. I'm going to say this, particularly because you are co-parenting. I'm picking people with different special situations. So Yanifa, Mrs. O Forever, came up. I mean, she is a wonderful family. She and her husband are raising their kids. That's a special case. Yanifa Winnie is a single parent raising special needs kids. So now for you that is co-parenting, you don't have your children under your roof 24 hours of the day, or like in the same place with you. How is it for you when you look at the future, like raising your kids in Ifa, nurturing them? What are the challenges that you're having right now? What do you think that is going to look like? How do you think people that have this peculiar, situation like you are going to be able to learn from you, or, you guys together are going to be able to navigate that journey with your kids? Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ sà, gbogbo àtọ̀ kábíyèsí.
Man, that is a good question. That is a good, long, run-on sentence question. It's kind of like you backed me into a wall, like boom, boom, boom.
Sorry.
But no, that is a good question. You put me on the spot. I don't even know how I got up here, y'all. I was just listening.
I brought you there.
Moving the power.
It's only me that can do
Yeah,
it. And I did it.
Yeah, actually, I was getting the kids ready, brushing their teeth and stuff like that. But first off, I mean, thank you for greeting me. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I mean, I've said a lot, asked a lot, but so I'm going to answer this the best way I can. I'm going to bounce around for a bit, so just bear with me. But the only place I can start is even with this journey, even with IFA for myself. Yeah, a lot of things that's happened in a short period of time. But one thing I've come to realize is that I've been on this journey all my life. All my life, everything that I've been through, every step I've ever taken, it's when I came to IFA that everything made sense. Like, oh my goodness, the dots were always there, but then IFA just drew the line and it connected everything. So now that I'm able to see the picture more clearly, it's not like I see the whole entire picture, but I see it coming together now. It's like, so certain areas about certain lessons or things I was going through, or even personalities or situations, or just everything, a multitude of things. Everything is beginning to make sense now. I see lines, I see the picture. So so what it's doing for me is just amazing. I'm just truly, I am truly a living witness of what IFA is doing. So with that being said, I have to start there. I have to start with me and understanding the journey that I've been on. When it comes to these kids, man, I want my kids, because what I really want for my kids is to be themselves, to be different, and I mean, it's going to come out sometime. I'm not going to disclose yet, but I got a lot of pickings, so that's a lot. That's a lot of kids. So even with all of my kids and their different personalities, and even with IFA, like how we each have our own separate Odu. So it's just I just want to learn. It's an amazing opportunity to learn, not only about myself and my individuality, but others as well. Having life forms to come through this earth, and to having the responsibility, or to be blessed with the pleasure of raising them and protecting them and guiding them through this world. To see my goal. I want to see this Odu manifest. Because I see how things have happened for me and myself, if that makes sense. Just speaking on my experiences coming up, I mean, I think it's kind of, I don't know if maybe it's just me that sees this, but my experience and what I'm seeing is this cookie cutter type of when it comes to the kids, when it comes to this system, not just here in the States, I'm saying all over the world, even in Africa, I'm paying attention. I see, okay, the kids go to school at this time. They get out of school at this time. I see about 50 different uniforms, so that shows me 50 different schools. I see the children, and then I see the adults, and it's like, what's the road they're trying to? I guess mainly what they teach us to go to school for a certain amount of time, so we can go to college, and then go to college so come and have a good career. It's like this cookie cutter. You understand what I'm saying? It's like a cookie cutter pace, and even with myself and how I was raised and grew up as a child. Like I was diagnosed as a child with ADHD. So especially when you guys speak of these children who have, these challenges and who have these gifts and who are gifted and bright, it's we're different. We all don't fit into this cutter. We all don't learn the same way. So I think of the things that happened with me and a lot of our traumas or my traumas, if it's not just me, happened started at a young age, at a very young age, at a very young age. So um, basically, like, so my goal with seeing the goal and recognizing the challenges that may be ahead or the pitfalls, I just, right now my mission is to constantly understand each of my children individually, the ODU, in the best way I can to nurture that and help guide them and protect them, and and it is challenging as well. That's just the system, and then even my own personally. How we were speaking and talking about the decisions I made, like even having a co-parent. That's a whole other challenge right there. And but just realizing, just growing, coming from a level of understanding that okay, um I'm living the reaction or the consequence or the reaction of me having to co-parent. These are the decisions that I made in the past. So, okay, this is what I have to do. So, how can I move forward? How can I include EFI in doing that? How can EFI help me um, with that? And it's just it's it's like a diamond. It has many different sides to it. The first point I just try to focus on is just allowing um, EFI. I don't know. That's complicated, right? I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm not even gonna act like I got the answer to that. But just starting right now with myself, So all I can do is start with myself,
Yeah.
because you can't control when it comes to another person. You can't control them. They're different.
Yeah.
They have their own ODU. They have their own, strengths. They have their own weaknesses, and so do I. So I have to focus on me. But as a parent, if I'm not your parent, then all I can do is um, just learn how to learn and flow and observe, and just do my best that I can to try to just flow with it, or go with it, or just move around. I'm not here to cause any conflicts. Any more of a conflict. I've caused enough of a conflict. I am enough of a headache when it comes to someone else's. So I just and even in that, it's just I think having respect of individuality. So and I speak a lot about individuality because I'm an individual myself, but we're in this world together with other people and speaking of children. So that's one of the things that I really highlight the most is respecting the person's individuality. And sometimes the more you have an understanding, because EFI is knowledge as well. Um, so the more you learn, I think it just helps maneuver through this life with other people. So um, I'm just grateful, man. I'm just so grateful.
Eshegoni. I
I know. I
declare.
feel like I said I didn't even say get into the juice of it.
Okay, I mean it's okay if
I
you don't
didn't
want
even get
to.
into the juice.
I mean that's fine.
It's a lot.
It's okay if you don't want to right now. And why I brought you up without even telling you anything about it, I didn't mention it to you that I was going to bring you up, is because I want this to come in natural states. Now, I know what the situation is, I mean, obviously. And I know how that journey can be. And I want to say this. I want to be able to say this to everybody that is in this peculiar situation. You are co-parenting, and the other parent is not open to Ifa and Isheshe yet. They are still, in the religion that they are, or they are, completely atheist and whatever it is. And you really, really want your children to just, you just want your children to be here. You know that you have found the truth, you have found the light, and the first set of people you want to share it with are your children and all of that. He said something. Kabiesi said something. You respect everybody that is there. Now, your scenario is not by speaking to them. You see, hey, this is what I found. By speaking to them. You see, hey, this is what I found, I'm going towards this right now. Just share with them generally what Ifa is. If I did not ask you to go and condemn somebody and saying their Jesus is a lie. No, don't do that. Just give them Ifa as Yoruba, just what it is, like just knowledge, just knowledge. I found this knowledge, and can you imagine that this is this? And then let them begin to see gradually how Ifa is impacting your life. Every time you have an opportunity to be with your children, just talk about it generally. Talk about how excited about this new thing that you have found. Talk about it to them in a way that does not make them feel like you're trying to push something at them, especially if you are of the diaspora. It is alien to them, no matter how black and African you guys are. It is still coming from far away. Even those in fact, those in Nigeria is worse, because here, the way we carry Christianity and the way we hate issue, you will think there's something else going on. Our own is on another level. When a partner mentions fire and brimstone, that's the first reaction. Now imagine that in a situation where you guys are co-parenting, you have broken each other's hearts, shattered it, and then you are just raising children. You now come to them to say Ifa. They might be open to listen to stuff about Ifa from somebody else, but because it's coming from you, the partner that they hope to spend the rest of their life with and they are never going to, it's going to make them think anything that comes from you is just this kind of way. So you need to tread that cautiously, so that your children don't throw away the knowledge even before they have it. It has to come from a place that makes the children themselves comfortable, right, so that when they go back home to tell their other parents about, oh, mommy mentioned this, daddy mentioned this, it's not coming from a place of, daddy said everybody that is in church is going to hell, daddy said everything about the Bible is a lie. Every time you want to talk to them, you just want to show them that what they have is wrong. What they no, they are going to lose it before they have it. So in this peculiar situation, let it come from love. Let it come from you sharing your personal experience with your children. Hey, I went to Africa and we did this and this. Can I show you pictures? Can I show you videos? And the children are curious. What is this? What is that? And you just start talking. Yeah, you just start talking about it gradually. And the children, trust me, these children are smart. They are taking in the information. Those of them that are curious are asking questions. And somehow, they will find Ifa at the time that they're supposed to find it. So you should not, I said all of that to say this, don't use Ifa as an additional reason why you're already shaking, dynamics is going to scatter. The table that is still trying to stand on 3 legs with you and your partner and your children, don't take Ifa as an excuse to now break it. Then when everything now blows up, you now say, I always knew there will be persecution along this journey. Chapter 1 verse, what is that in the old Ifa? Ifa did not promise you persecution. If you do not put sense into what you're doing and it messes up things, that's on you. That is totally on you. So I know that people in this peculiar situation, there's this rush and eagerness to just want your children to jump into it. Please take it slow. You are not in everyday family dynamic. So just take it slow. Do whatever it is you can do for your kids, when they're not there. Kabiesi does that a lot. Divinations for his kids, Ebo and Etutu for his kids. Everything that can be done, do that part. You do that part, and let the orishas continue to hear their name mentioned at the ojubo. Their orishas would find a way to connect. It might just be after a couple of months, something you had mentioned passively, the child comes and starts to be curious, to ask questions, and that question will lead to a whole lot of conversation. And at that point you will know that this child has seen it, this child has hit it. There's nothing any other person can say again. That is going to be the work of the Irumoles and the Orishas. And along the line, if you can get materials that is child friendly, interesting, about Ifa that you can share with them, storybooks, the Ashe for Today devotional, drawing books, flashcard, just share it with them like something general. They read through it, they pick what they want to pick, it's okay. So for people that are on this peculiar journey, my advice to you is respect everybody in the situation and be patient. Your Ori will take you to that path. Olori, when you finish, I have something to add. If possible, I forgot about the code. Yeah, okay. All right.
Respect yourself first.
Yes, that part. So the journey has to start from you first. You are able to give out what you have taken. Like he said,
Respect
right
yourself.
now you focus on it, you respect yourself.
Everything else will align. Everything.
Kabiesi Eshegoni, thank you so much.
It's an overflow.
It's an overflow, exactly. So take it in first, work on yourself first, grow on your journey first, do everything you can do for yourself. When the overflow starts to happen, people around you will naturally ask questions about, hey, there's something different about you, there's this, you keep talking about this, they will ask you questions, and opportunities would arise for you to talk about it. And if it is their time to accept it. See, I need us to understand that part of if it is their time. On this journey, everybody's time, as wonderful as Ifa is right now, I didn't come into Ifa 20 years ago, and I was an adult 20 years ago. I came into Ifa when it was my time, and everything will just naturally flow. You are here because it is your time. Everything has aligned for you to be here. So as you bring in your children, even the minors, understand the fact that everybody has timing. Respect their individuality, Just respect that. Nobody has asked you to go and win the world and win souls. There's nothing you're going to do with the souls of people. Leave people to have their soul. Just do your own by, expressing the knowledge that Ifa has put into you, expressing the overflow of the ire that you have received, of the blessings that you have received. Ashe. Thank you so much. Yanifa, you said you wanted to add something. Yanifa, you said you wanted to add something.
Yes, because I forgot the co-parenting piece. My bad.
Okay.
It wasn't willful. I promise it wasn't willful. But that has been, for me, it hasn't been my parents' piece. It's been the piece with their dad. I think it's important to say that when he and I were together, let's just say the abuse is not always physical unless you can't always see it. And he also blamed me for our son having a speech delay. He blamed me for that, but then turned around to tell me that his son with his ex-wife was also on the spectrum. So he blamed me for a lot of things. And so coming into spirituality started while we were still married. And I tried to invite him on the journey. I hadn't full-blown come to E5, but I was at least spiritual. And so I was doing cleansings and things like that. And I tried to invite him in. And he just wasn't receptive. And he's never, in all the years we were together, shown any spiritual, religious, nothing. Like, there was Christmas, and that was it. And so when I was like, no, this is really seriously something we're going to do. Like I said, I invited him to the rite of passage. He didn't want to be a part of it. But I did send him a message. My children are not to be dressed in all black and all red. And I was like, hey, I just want you to know. And I put it in words he can understand. For our religious practice, the boys are not to wear all black and all red. So if you buy them clothes, could you refrain from buying those colors? His response was, I'll buy them clothes, but I ain't doing nothing for your stupid ass religion. And I just said, okay. He doesn't call them by their IFA names. He's probably one of the only people in their life that does not refer to them by their IFA names. And for me, it has been challenging even on a practical sense with him for a multitude of reasons I won't get into on here. Even the most recent one, Lori knows, because I was like, I just needed someone to talk to just get it off my chest. And he said, you're already running a scammer religion. First off, I don't run the religion. Like, that was real presumptuous. I don't run the religion itself. But he's never said anything positive. But he's also never asked about the religion or anything. He's always been like, you going around pretending to be psychic. Well, I knew that your girl got a daughter, though, but I ain't never met her. But I seen her in that dream, though. And I told you had rats in your house. And that's why that girl got on my phone for a whole hour pretending to be you via text message. That you had a rat in your house. So, but I'm not psychic though. It's cool. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to believe that. I don't want you to do that. What I want you to do is honor their taboos. That's what I want. And they both have shown go as well. Stay off their head. I don't know how many other ways I can explain this to you. Leave their hair alone. Leave it alone. But he can't. He keeps coming up. Like, every time they come home, they be bothered. And I'm like, and what I had to do was remember what I had learned from IFA. So I do their Ori prayers when they get ready to leave the house. I give elbow to make sure that they are well. And I eat by his Ori. I eat by to his Oris. Like, his physically may not be able to step up, but I'm calling on their Ori Baba to step in for them. And a lot of times people don't talk about it like, the egun of my children are my egun. The egun of my children are my egun. And so when I need to, I go to their people to ask for support with their father. Because it's like, there's only so much I can do in the physical realm. And I understand, I'm not asking their daddy to come to IFA, though I feel like it would greatly benefit him. Because I know Spirit be speaking to him, he just don't know it. I know Spirit be speaking to him because he called all my pregnancies. And just every pregnancy I had, he knew it first. I know Spirit be speaking. When I was going to try to leave the school, when they weren't going to regular school, I went there and tried to leave the building. He knew it before I did. And I try to tell him to help his life, and he won't listen. And I need for, especially us who are co-parenting and the other parent is just not receptive, you can't go to them physically. This is when you tap into your spiritual practice. Go to your Ori, go to the Ori of your children. Call on their Ori Baba. Call on their Ori Baba, call on their egg for that support. And give your ebos, give your offerings, and know that your kids are going to be looked after. What they need and the medicine of IFA they need will come to them. It will come to them. So in moments where it's like now, where they've just been with me again, I'm not mad. because I'm who they're supposed to be with. Even my old dude says it. My old dude says I can't have no guardian. Kids can't have a guardian. They must be with me. And because of the situation, he technically would be like a guardian when they're with them.
Yeah.
So know that know that your Ori, know that your Ego, know that your Orisha, know that Egbe, they are going to help you make sure your kids are covered. But you gotta tell them how you want this to work. And know that it's for call them what's for their wellness. No ego involved. It's like, this is what I need for my babies to be well and walk in their destiny, and I need your help to get it done. I need your help to get it done. But I needed to share that because it's not my parents who say the ugly things, it's him.
Yeah.
And he knows how to try to trigger me. And so the last time he did it, I didn't engage. I was really proud of myself. I did not engage. I just said, okay. I said, okay, and then I went to IFA. I said, all right, what do I need to do? And I gave my info, and it's been quiet. Just gonna leave it at that. Shay.
Ashe, thank you so much, Yanifa. Thank you. Ashe Goni Modupe. So, like I said, you see, well, like with her, the other partner she's co-parenting with, the other parents, see, it's in the real sense of it might not really be that if an average person speaks to him about IFA and about this, I probably listen. But because it's coming from the other parents with whom marriage did not work and you're just still obsessed with each other, everything that comes from there, you just disregard it. You just don't want to listen. You just want to talk it down. Even if you go behind their back to say, it looks like what she's saying is making sense, you just will not admit it in their presence that they're making sense. And like Kimi posted, she said, those that would not hear will feel. So if you're not able to communicate with them physically like this, see, that's why I said, take care of these things spiritually. Is there anybody that Yami cannot handle? They are in control and they rule everything that is on this earth. Continue to give it to Yami on behalf of them. Even if physically, I'm not saying that is supposed to change their mind physically. I'm not interested in changing somebody's mind physically to refer. But like she said, what their Ori have to do in the life of their children, they will do it. Everything their Ori has to do in the life of their children, their Ori will do it. Even if their physical self is aware of that, even if their physical self is not aware of that, what their Ori has to do, their Ori will do it. As you continue to, venerate, as you continue to give your ebo, you continue to do your ose, you continue to do. I have a client who is a pastor, who is also an Isheshe practitioner. And of course, his wife doesn't want to hear anything about it. In fact, she has threatened several times that she's going to go on the stage in church one day, take the mic from him, and bring out his ifa and say, look at all the juju that your pastor has in church. Really? Pay attention to what you're doing, my dear. Look at all the juju that your pastor, he has threatened several times that he's going to do that with his wife. And the man said, Ejoma, Iyawa, I want to do Ishefa on behalf of my wife. He did the Shefa on behalf of the wife. The Odu Ifa came out, and I did the breakdown of the Odu, and the man is here just laughing at her. So he started to talk about things in her life that the Shefa has said. Oh, things that she had never mentioned to him, that she obviously would have been hiding from any other person if she was aware. And she started saying certain things, and he said his wife would hear him and just ignore and walk away. At a certain time, she had to call her mother. Did my husband call you to ask you certain things? Like, the information he's having about me. So the mother-in-law calls the pastor to say, what's going on? Oh, your wife said you have some information about her. Please, I wasn't the one that told you. He said, I never claimed that you were the one that told me. And the mother said, how would he have known this thing? And he said, this same Ifa that he has been talking about, he has gotten her Udu from Ishefa, and he knows this and this. And you see that part that your daughter is going, that business she's heading in, and has been crumbling over and over. And we have been praying for Jesus to give a miracle. Her Udu clearly says that business pattern is her taboo. He's still a pastor. He still has a church, and he's still pastoring his church. And he is, when you say somebody is committed to Ifa, he is. And his Ifa allows him to do it. That's the peculiarity of his life, which is why I'm telling you that it is not a fight against somebody. It's not a fight. It's not a fight for nothing. Anybody that sees that man outside now will be saying, oh, let's win his let's go and talk to him about Ifa. He has to come back to his ancestors. He is closer to the ancestors than a lot of people that are out here. Now, he has gotten information about his wife. He has started pointing out things. She's about to do something, he will say, he's now using he's using it to taunt her in the house. Like, she says this, he says, I understand why you are doing this. This happened in your childhood and blah 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 blah. It took a journey of a year because that woman is stubborn. When you say somebody is religiously stubborn, somebody has Holy Spirit stubbornness, she has it. It took her a year. It took me a year of walking the man on that journey for her to say, okay, this Ifa thing, let's even see what's going on there, because obviously she has thought about it that this is not the way this man has information about her. He does Idafa for her with Aikin regularly. He does Ose regularly. If I will talk about what she's about to experience, he will tell her, don't go out on so day. Don't do this. Somebody will come to the office or somewhere to fight you. Can you be here like this? Here? Can you do that? Hold on. You're messing up my screen. He will tell her somebody might come up at the office or workplace or among your friends to do XYZ. Don't get into a fight, avoid it. Of course, she will go ahead and get into that fight, so as to prove to her husband the fight happened and nothing happened. But of course, something will happen. And then the man will be like, what's going on at work? What's this? And then she will, it wasn't my fault. She just came at me. But I thought I warned you at that time that you should not go after someone. It's still the same man that will go and do everything to fix the situation when she couldn't keep up with it anymore, keep up with the appearance and the assistant Jesus title. She had to ask her husband, is it really this Ifa, or have you just become a psychic overnight? And he said, it's Ifa. Now, you know how interesting those kind of things happen. Your guess is right. Both of them are in Ifa and Isheshina, but the wife, you will think she's the one that gave birth to Mila. She carried that same Holy Spirit stubbornness and brought it into Ifa. She keeps telling me every day, I still don't understand why he's in church. I still don't understand why we're doing this church thing. Let him just come out fully and tell everybody, Mary, learn from your mouth. You can say this. It's okay. If I did not reject him when you are in church, if I has not rejected him now, that is what he chooses to do, let him continue to do it. His Orishas has not said, why are you going to church on Sunday? And see, just be calming down. Now, you see these things, deal with it from the spiritual. You want your children in the side of Ifa, take care of them spiritually. You can do a shepherd for your children without the other parents knowing anything about it. You can do Idafa for your children. You can consecrate their egbe and have their egbe pots without the other partner knowing. You can do everything that is necessary for your children, and you will continue to see the difference in their life. The day that all of them will come to the full knowledge of Ifa, you'll be looking like, it will look like a movie. You think it's some cartoon series, and it will happen. So people that will not listen to you, your partner, your fellow co-parents that will not listen to you, like Kimi said, they will feel it. If they don't want to hear it, they will feel it. So that is how people like you, when I say people like you, I say it in a way to not include me, because I have a different, pick this up for me, I have a different scenario when it comes to single parenting. I am that single parent who has been 100% in charge of their kids, full custody of their kids from time immemorial. I have never had to co-parent with anybody, never. The day I take my kids and we're gone. And that's not supposed to mean that I am alienating them from the other parents or I'm fighting the other parent. I just happen to be in a very special situation where the other parent doesn't even reach out. they have never reached out to me to say, hello, what's going on there? No such thing. So this is, I believe this is by natural design for me to just, and thinking about it right now, when I look at people around me who are co-parenting and the dynamics that come with it and the challenges that come with it, I still told Kabesi yesterday, I said, see, 200 gosa for you people that are doing it. I cannot. I just can't. It's not in me. In this lifetime, I'm not made to happen in this lifetime with the capacity of that. It's not just there. I think about it, every way that you people do it, there is not one of those ways that align with me. It's not just, it will have been too stressful for me in this lifetime to do that alongside my life. I don't have the patience that you people have. You know how you just be there, the other partner is talking rubbish and nonsense, and you're just there, you're smiling because of your children. I don't have it. It's not in me. And that is not, it's not that I don't choose. It's not like I choose not to do it. I do not have it. I've x-rayed my every part of my being, every fiber of my being. I've x-rayed it in and out. I just can't find it there. It's not there. It's not. So those of you that have it, awesome. Which is why I said we are happening in this life differently. We are happening in this life differently, and everybody has their journey. This is my own journey, peculiar with me. So with me, I'm raising my kids, even though I've been a single parent in and out for the longest. I'm raising my kids like a regular family, you know. I get to make the decisions. Nobody's asking me, what are you doing? Where are you taking them to? If I say here today, is here. If I say there today, is just there. There's somebody to ask me, hey, what are you doing? And I'm grateful that the other part of this journey, like the rest of this journey, I'm on this journey with somebody that understands my life and understands the peculiarity of my life from the same part. I was in church, I was an assistant pastor, I did all of those things. Kabiesi, how did you go from here to here? How? From this part to that part where you are. Kabiesi has also been on the journey. He had gone into Bible school and if not because, let me see, if not because Ori caught up with him, Kabiesi was another bishop in making, but we're here right now. So we have that peculiarity of where we're coming from, you know, in Christianity and where we're happening right now, and you know, with our plenty children and all of that. So it's easy for somebody like that to do the rest of this journey with me. It's, you know, and like I said, it is just your journey. It will happen in a way that it aligns with you. People look at me and say, Yanifa, you don't know what God has done for you. The other parents are not stressing you and all of that. I am appreciative of that. But then I also say, aside from I thank God, I also know that that is not my journey. That's not my experience. It's not as if I pray to God, oh God, please, I don't want this to happen. That's not just the life I'm supposed to live. It's not just what I'm supposed to experience in this life. It's just what it is. And what you are supposed to experience and the way you are experiencing it, you have the capacity to experience it like that. So find that capacity in you and experience it like that. Sorry, there are a couple of comments on here. Please know that the volcano is present. I just keep it from erupting. Kudos to you all co-parenting, you're a special breed. With Yanifa Winnie, I always say the spirit of knock, if you balk, is always on the standby. I know, right? That's some superpower you've got there. Keeping the volcano from erupting. Yeah, trust me, it is a whole lot. It is. I know how it can be, and I'm glad that I'm not there because you have the capacity to keep the volcano from erupting. People around me will tell you that if the volcano doesn't want to erupt, I would ginger it to erupt. Because me, I don't too have time. I don't too have patience like that though. If you need volcano and volcano is still thinking of erupting, I will fuel it to erupt one time. The moment you see the eruption one time, you understand the boundaries. You don't come to me with nonsense again next time. So Olodumare understands what that he puts in every one of us to come with in this life. Olodumare understands the percentage of suru that he gave to each of us. So he aligned it, they aligned it in such a way that, see, you just go on this part. This part is not going to require a lot of suru because your own suru is just 5%. If you finish it at age 5, what are you going to use for the rest of your life? So Olodumare takes all those of us through a part where our suru will just, it will test us, but we have little backup to put it. So we don't have any business at that other part where suru is constantly needed. That's the fuel that keeps you people's life going, because kudos to you, let me just say it. Those of us that are not doing it are saying you guys are doing a great job. We pray for you that you should continue to, experience life as it were. And this is another thing that people get to tell people like her, saying that, oh, this and this and this was okay. So now that their fathers are now in their life, what's going to happen when they grow up? Do you know what's going to happen when they grow up? They are adults. They are no longer children. So when they grow up, they can decide to say, oh, I'm looking for one family that is lost somewhere. Good luck to them. See, I have settled that with myself. When somebody is an adult, they have the ability to choose what they want to do, and that is okay. Just like every other choice in life that they will make when they are adults, this is just one of them that I will not directly influence. If they come to me to ask me for advice, I will be there. The one I see that is not going on well, as a spiritual mother, I will take care of it there. But you will not, I will not. I have said it to myself 1,000,001 times. I will not stand in the way of any of my children stepping up to say, I'm going to look for somebody's family somewhere. Do you need a map? That's what I will say. Just make sure you share location as you are going. Let everybody be aware of where you are going. Make sure somebody is aware of where you are going. Just like every other place in life. When you get there, out of the 7 billion you have made, give that man 1 billion. It's your money. If you don't give that man and you decide to give it to somebody else, is it my money? Is you. The only reason I will step into that situation is if, even in adult age, any of our children are being treated in a way that is harmful to them, and because of the limited, finances and whatever they have, they can't stand up for themselves. Yes, I can stand up for you. Oh, I will do that. That I will do. But that aside, it's okay. Because you are not telling me now that with everything that your child has experienced with you, take Isafa blessing for instance, everything that your son is seeing you do right now, he will now become 21 and now say, I will choose my daddy over you. Kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà tọ́mọ yẹn ò, nígbà tí ò wà retarded, nígbà tọ́mọ yẹn ò ní dementia, nígbà tí ò ní brain memory loss. When that child is not suffering from memory loss, they are seeing everything you are doing right now. So what is your fear at the end of the day? If they like, let them go there and live there. They are adults. If they don't live there, they are going to live somewhere else outside of you. Settle that in your mind. So we are not of the let me speak for myself. I'm not of that school of thought of I'm protecting them away from there, and for the rest of their life they should not go abba. It doesn't make human sense. You understand? So this is me saying again to co-parents right now, I love you guys. You guys are doing what I cannot do. So as strong as I am as a woman, if there's some things I cannot do, then the people that are doing it, 200 bosa for them. I give you all the flowers and accolades. We love you and we respect you. And we pray for you that in this lifetime you would experience your children positively. As your children grow to become the success that life has destined them to be, you would also be a part of it. You would also be a part of it. Someone says, sing that song from the mountain, girlfriend. We're on the same page on that. So you experience your children in the best possible way. Last share you marry, and nobody anywhere born of a woman, brought out of a woman, flown from the sky, grew from the sand, nobody anywhere will be able to stand between you and the success that your children are making. Ìjọ́ táwọn ọmọ yín bá ń ṣoríire wọn ò ní fi yín ṣàwátì. The day that your children are being honored and celebrated, nobody will stand up for you in 5 minutes of silence. They will not push you back. Nobody will take your place. Last share, Mary. Your children will be there to experience your greatness as you are there making sacrifices for them right now. The days of their honor and their success, you will be there. Nobody will take your place. Last share, Mary. Before I call Izafa up, Blessing, thank you for staying this long. Before I call her up, I want to read Odrifa Ose Oturu. No, Odrifa Oturukmo Ose. Odrifa Oturukmo Ose. I want to read this Odrifa briefly. During one of our series of Ashe for today, we will talk about this in detail, but I want to read this, and this is to every parent out there. I will read this thing. I will read it to you. When it gets into you, write the sermon to yourself. When it gets to you, teach yourself. Just go back home with it. This is takeaway. Go home and digest this Odu. The next time that we're going to have Ashe for today, we will treat this Odu in details. But today, I just want to say to people to, he that has sense, let him hear. Not he that has hear, because some people will hear like this and it will come out from this. But you need to have sense in between your two ears, so that when it gets inside here like this, sense will catch it before it goes outside. So is he that has sense, let him hear. He that has sense, let him hear. So if you have sense, please hear. Odrifa Oturupon say, what is the code? What is the number code for Oturupon? Children.
2212.
Say it again.
2212.
Oturupon. That's not Oturupon. What is the code number for Oturupon? What is the code number for Oturupon? Say it again. Check it. Oturupon. Oturupon is what?
2212.
Oturupon is 2212.
Yes.
No, that's not what they wrote in this book. Check it again. So what is 1212? Which Odu is 1212?
Is 1212 is Ose. 1212 is Ose.
No, which one is 22? Oh, what did you say it is?
It's 2212.
Oh, you got it right. Oh, they got it. Oh, the children are right. Yanifa is the one that I was saying something else. My mind was thinking something else. The life of a mommy. What's the Odu?
2212.
The code for Oturupon is 2212. You got it. 2212 is Oturupon. The other one is Ose. What is the code for Ose?
1212.
What's the code for Ose?
1212.
So today we are reading Oturupon Ose. I'm reading from this sacred Odrifa. What's it called? Sacred Ifa Oracle. And it's Oracle 214. Oturupon Ose speaks of the need for sacrifice to have a pleasant life. Western observation of this Odu says that the client needs to relax and experience positive childlike pleasures. So there are sometimes Odrifa will come out and say, relax. I know you're an adult, but just calm down. The whole world is not on your neck. Go and enjoy childlike pleasures. Go and see nature. Sit down and play game. Run around the house. Sit down with your children and play Lego. Watch children cartoon. Do anything that makes you feel like a child. This Odrifa says, calm down and do it. Do faji. Yes. For his children faji, not go and do faji in club. That's not childlike faji. Do faji that is for children. Enjoy the pleasures of life being a child. Just pause and relax. It have not reached like that. Relax. Let your inner child be happy. Connect with your inner child. Yes, Ifa says it. Ifa says it. You see how balanced Ifa is. Let's continue. Ẹsẹ̀ kínní Odùrífà Òtúrúpọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀. I will read in Yoruba, then read in English. It says, ayé kò dùn tó bíi ti àìgbé títí. Ọmọdé ló wí pé ayé dára. Adífá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà, àbù fún àwọn ènìyàn. Wọ́n ní kí Ọ̀rúnmìlà kó rúbọ kí ayé lè máa dùn fún àwọn ènìyàn. Ẹbọ ní ẹyẹlé, ẹyẹtù, oyin, ẹgbàá mọ́kànlélógún owó. Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní bí wọn kò bá tìka lára wọn ṣe ẹbọ, wọn ha ò lè mọ adùn ayé bí. Wọ́n ní ọmọ á ṣe kọ́mọ tó jẹ, bàbá ọmọ ní kọ́kọ́ ṣe fún ọmọ jẹ. Wọ́n ní ọmọ á ṣe kọ́mọ tó jẹ o, àmọ́ bàbá ọmọ òun ló máa ń kọ́kọ́ ṣe fún ọmọ. Ọ̀rúnmìlà gbọ́ oru. A ní kí àwọn ènìyàn ṣe ẹbọ tí ó kàn wọ́n. Wọ́n wá ní díẹ̀díẹ̀. Ẹni tí ó bá dẹ̀ rúbọ òun láyé ń dùn fún. I like the fact that there is no shortcut in Ifa. There is no such thing as I will have mercy on who I will have mercy. God just chooses to have mercy is a lie. It's gaslighting, it's wickedness, it's manipulation, it's narcissist. Listen to the English translation. The world is not sweet enough to live in forever. Only a child says the world is nice. This was divine for Ọ̀rúnmìlà and the people of the world. They asked Ọ̀rúnmìlà to sacrifice so that the world might be sweet for human beings. The sacrifice was a pigeon, a guinea fowl, honey, and 42,000 cowries. Ọ̀rúnmìlà said if they did not perform the sacrifice by themselves for themselves, how could they know the joy of the world? A child eats what he earns. Though the father of the child must first earn for the child to eat. Ọ̀rúnmìlà obeyed and sacrificed. Then human beings were told to sacrifice on their own behalf by themselves for themselves. Only a few came. Those who sacrificed had a sweet life. Please, let me clap for myself. Very simple. I said when you hear it, if you have sense, it will stay here. If you don't have sense, it will come out from this place. So if you have sense, you have taken it. Ọ̀rúnmìlà did a divination concerning everybody on earth, human life and how sweet human life will be. They say the world is not sweet enough to live in forever. Ifa is about to explain to us why this world is not sweet enough to live forever. It's only a child that says the world is sweet because at that point, other people are responsible for the child. When the child becomes an adult, he will realize that, this life cannot be sweet forever. After a while, you'll be tired of it. You just want to go. Ọ̀rúnmìlà was asked to make ẹbọ so that the world will be sweet for every human being. The sacrifice was pigeon, guinea fowl, honey, and 40,000 cowries. Now, based on your ebos that you know, which Orisha do we give ebo to with pigeon? Which Orisha is it common that we give ebo to with pigeon? And in our comment section, Orisha wo la máa ń fi ẹyẹlé bọ̀jù? Which Orisha is synonymous with the pigeon? Very common one. Up above your head, let me know. Someone says Ọbàtálá, Ajé. It is Ajé. Ajé ni. Ajé Ògúnlúsọ Onísọ Òbòjì. Ajé ló ń fi ẹyẹlé bọ̀jù. That's not supposed to mean they don't use it for other Orishas, but it's very common with Ajé. Which is why one of the Oriki and the Ìwúre of Ajé is àtọ̀tún àtòsì tí ẹyẹlé fi ń kórè wá kó lọ gbére Ajé wá fún mi. It means that when you have a pigeon in your house, it will go and bring things from different places and bring it to your house. It will always come back to the house. You don't need a cage for it. You don't need to train it. You don't need to tie it down. It's just natural that it will go and bring blessings and good things from different places and bring it to you, which is how Aje works. Now, I'm interpreting the items of the ebo. What orisha do we use eyetu for? Eyawo, eyetu. Which orisha do you know that is synonymous with eyetu? Which orishas do you know that they give eyetu? Eyetu is the guinea fowl. Eyawo, the guinea fowl. Which of your ebos has it been included into consistently? Let me know. 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 Which orisha? We use eyetu for ori. You can use eyetu for your ori. Oman fi eyetu bo ori in case you don't know. Now, that is another orisha. Then what other thing was included in Koebo? Honey, oyin. Which orisha do we give honey to? And what is the significance or the oriki for honey in Yoruba? If you know it and you want to say it out in person, let me know. Ifa, we give honey to Ifa. We also give honey to Oshun. And we also give honey to Aje. Aje, wọ́n ní kí la fi ń bọ ajé ló tù fẹ̀. Afárá oyin ni. Afárá oyin dẹ̀ ló ní kó dùn fún wa. We use it for Oshun. We use it for Ifa. Now, all of those orishas, they bring sweetness into our lives. These are the things that are required to make life sweet. And then the cowrie shells. Orunmila was told to do it. Orunmila did his own. But you see, I like the conversation of Orunmila. I like what Orunmila said there. Orunmila ní bí wọn kò bá tì ká lára wọn ṣe ẹbọ, wọ́n wá lè rí adùn ayé bí? Ṣé wọ́n lè rí adùn láyé ìbáyìí tó bá tì ká lára wọn ṣe ẹbọ? If they do not make the ẹbọ for themselves by themselves, are you telling me they are going to enjoy this life? There is no shortcut. Ifa is an individual thing. For yourself, by yourself, you will do it. As long as you are not minor, as long as you're not incarcerated, as long as you're not lying bedridden, you are able to do able by yourself for yourself. As long as you are not in a very peculiar, one of the few peculiar situations where other people have to stand in the gap for you without your consent, if you are going to enjoy this life, you will make your able by yourself. They told the whole world, do you know how many people came? They said people started coming. Ifa says only a few people came. Yoruba translation says wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wá díẹ̀. They started coming little by little. But those that came are those that enjoyed life. Good quality life. I always insist on that thing. The quality of life. The other people that did not come, if I did not say they were unalive because they did not come, they still live life. So some people will say, other people are going through life without Ifa and they are living this life. They are buying houses, they are buying cars, they are traveling abroad. Because your own definition of good quality life is buy house, buy car, travel abroad. Look at your myopic definition of quality of life. People can buy car and buy land and buy brand new car and travel abroad and if you put them side by side by what good quality life is for them, sweet life is for them, they have not started living 20% of that life. Good quality life, yes, it includes material possession on every level. Good quality life includes you not making certain mistakes. There are certain mistakes that you are not even supposed to make it, let alone you now make it, you are now trying to fix it. Good quality life will help you to avoid certain people in this life. You are not even supposed to meet them, let alone having unpleasant experience with them, and now you are healing from them and you are telling yourself, at least I'm grateful to God that I have money to go to therapy and heal from this. You are not even supposed to know them in the first place. You are not even supposed to experience those things in the first place. That's good quality life. Good quality life is what we tell you, don't go there today, go tomorrow, so that you will not waste time. Stay in your house, eat, watch Netflix and chill. Just chill and sleep. Just sleep. There's nothing that is going to happen outside today. Whether you get to that shop at 5 a.m. or even if you sleep there overnight, there is nothing that is going to come out of it. That it will not be productive. Good quality life is stay at home on that day and just sleep. Then when you step into the shop the next day, people that went there said, we are busy, thank God you didn't come yesterday. If you see how local government council came to scatter out this place, the people were just running up and down. People, if I told you to stay at home and you stayed at home, you saved yourself stress. Other people went outside, they did not sell shingbang, they did not sell nothing. The whole day was still chaotic for them. They went home tired and stressed and worn out without achieving nothing. You are in your house, Netflixing and chilling. That's good quality life. That is what it means when Ifa is guiding your way. It doesn't mean that, are you now saying when we come to Ifa, nothing is, we're not going to experience any negativity. I see so many babalawos that are still going through the challenges of life. It is Jesus that told you that somebody can live life without experiencing challenge. Ifa did not tell us that. So don't come and quote that school of thought here. It does not exist here. We have not said that. But we are saying there is life and there is good quality life. If I will tell you that somebody will come to you this week that just wants to argue your life out, the person wants to argue with your liver and your kidney, the person literally wants to bring out your intestine and argue with them. And the moment you see a conversation going, it's you just tell the person, oh my goodness, I need to catch up with something right now. You're not catching up with anything. You know what? We'll continue this conversation later. You just saved yourself unnecessary stress, because if you stay there, they will turn your entire existence upside down trying to prove a point. But at the end of the day, both of you will still go home with the same opinion you had before you started that conversation. And you think that's good quality life. You think that is it. There are some clients that towards the early hours of the morning, so I'm awake, but I'm not fully awake. Let's say I get up from my bed at 5 a.m. and I'm already conscious of my environment at 4:30. Between 4:30 and 5, I get to receive information and instructions of things, random things that will happen during the day. Clients I'm supposed to go and check on, this and this, I get to receive that. So it doesn't come, it's not a dream, it's just downloads and messages. And then during that message, my spirit says, this client, Akintola, is going to send you a message, don't answer him. This one, go and check on this one. This one, don't do this. Once I wake up, I write it down or I record it. Then Akintola now shows up on my timeline. Yanifa, I just need 2 minutes of your time. I want to clarify something. You cannot have 2 seconds of my life. Ankorello, I don't know what he's about to say. I don't care. But the days I don't listen and I engage that kind of Akintola, I will just find out that the conversation has ended and I check the time. 2 hours has gone. I'm not convinced about what he's saying. He's not convinced about what I said. I am triggered. I'm upset. I'm just... And he has come to 2 hours, 2 hours out of 24 hours, a whole 2 out of 24. Somebody took it away like that. He just gave somebody permission to put lighter on it and blow it out. Then I will now sit down. I will now enter into the shower and take a shower, cleanse myself, burn incense and say to just calm my environment down. Another 30 minutes to pull myself back from the rat hole that Akintola has pulled me into. 2.5 hours has gone, on nothing. No, I won't do it. The moment I see that name, Yanifa, just 2 minutes. Oh, Benny, I don't have 2 seconds. Can we make this another time? When? I don't know. I don't know when that other time is going to be. Good quality life, that is what Ifa is giving to us. Life that is sweet. And it comes, there is no shortcut to it. Get the knowledge and the instruction that Ifa is giving. Ifa gives you real life, everyday life instruction. It's not thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not, thou shalt not, thou shalt not. pay your tithe, pay your offering, do good to everybody that comes across to you, live at peace, holiness without which no. What does that even mean? God says we should be holy as like He's holy. In 2026 modern day English that you and I are speaking, what does that mean? Be holy as God is. What does it mean? Excuse me, I don't even know God. I don't know if He's holy. I don't know how holy He is. How do I know when I become as holy as Him? What am I measuring with? Where are the statistics? Where is the blueprint written for me to understand it in 2026? Absolutely not. But Ifa is giving you information that this thing we read now, if I call somebody up, if I call somebody up to explain this thing, you can explain it. Ifa it is as clear as day. Now let's pick the part that resonates with today's teaching. Ifa says, okay. Ifa says, he was talking about father and child. He said, wọ́n ní ọmọ àṣe kó tó jẹ, bàbá ọmọ ní kọ́kọ́ ṣe fún ọmọ jẹ. English says, a child eats what he earns, though the father of the child must first earn for the child to eat. Your child will still grow up to eat from their own labor of what they earn, but before then, you are the one that has to secure this sweet life. Now, let's get back to the initial sentence, sweet life. Your children you owe your children to experience sweet life, not only by building businesses for them, sending them to school, giving them quality education, making sure they have good health care. Spiritually, there is responsibility that you have on those children spiritually. Before they become adults in their own right, you have to secure sweetness for them in this life. You have to secure good quality life for them. It is your responsibility, 100% on you. Irrespective of how you are going to make it happen, as long as it is the right path, you have to make it happen. You must make it happen. It is your duty to make sure that spiritually your children are secured and grounded. Yanifa, you don't understand my situation. I don't, and I'm not asking you for your situation. I'm saying go and make it happen. Whatever that situation is, as long as it's a situation in your adult life, you made a part choice in it. Either you chose it or you allowed it to continue to be a choice. Some of you didn't choose it, but you have come to adult age now. Talk about the part you also play to allow it to continue to happen. I'm not even here to talk about that, but you have to make it happen. It's not a choice. He says, yes, you can look at your children and say, my children will eat from their own earnings. Yes, Ifa says, but the father of that child, the parent of that child, must first be the one to provide for that child to earn. And in the context of what you are speaking about, we are speaking about a life that is sweet, good quality life. It is your responsibility to provide it for them. Yanifa, you don't understand. I have 18 children. Who dashed you? No, I need to know how many of them did they give to you as gift. Did they wrap up and just drop in front of your house and give you as gifts? And even if they did, you took them in by choice. You see that moment you carried that child in, that was you saying, I'm taking this responsibility of. If you found a child in front of your house that you don't want, their motherless babies on, but you have taken the child, is your child now. You birth them, they are your responsibility. When Mrs. O that has 2 children at the moment is doing Idafa 2 times, me that I have 5, I will do Idafa 5 times. Some people here have 8, they will do Idafa 8 times. Is your local recipe is your choice, and you have to do it. Yanifa, you see now we do Idafa for 8 children and 10 children. Yes. You have to do it. It is a requirement. I talked about this before. I said this, that the capacity to do life the way you are doing it right now is inside of you. You have the capacity to do it, because as long as you are doing life that way and it's part of your odu, you have the capacity to do it. If your odu says you don't have the capacity to do it, that means it is not for you to do. Drop it. Some of you went through separation in marriage and the other partner is fighting for sole custody and full responsibility because you do not have the capacity. You don't have the capacity to take care of children in this life. Sit down and tell yourself that. Let the other parent that has the capacity do it. What is required of that child is more than just, I want them to live under my roof. If the other parent is doing finances and everything, focus on the spiritual part. Yanifa, you don't understand. Some of us don't have access to our children physically. You have access to them spiritually. Do it. Which is why Yanifa is not a thing of you have to see them in person. Ifa gives you beautiful alternatives. It doesn't matter where you are. Ifa meets you there. There is no excuse in Ifa. Describe your situation as peculiar as it is. And Odrifa has a solution for it. And Odrifa speaks of that situation. You are not the first person that is going through that dynamics. I'm not invalidating everybody's peculiar situation, but you are not the first person that is going through it. Odrifa has record of every experience of human life that can ever be. Is there. Do it. Step in for your children spiritually. Step in for your children spiritually. Oh, Yanifa, you don't understand. This child is too stubborn. This child is too this. Step in for your children spiritually. It's non-negotiable. You are sitting down here, you are asking yourself, where was my father when all of his friends were buying property in Banana Island, in Beverly Hills, and in South London, and in Germany, and in... Okay. Your children will soon start asking you to, where was their daddy when everybody, because what are you doing now? You are not doing anything. They will ask you, your father asked his father. You are asking your own father. Your children will ask you if you do not effect a change now. Remember when we used to say, that uncle came to our house, he couldn't even give me anything. Come on, 15 naira, he cannot even give us 200 naira. Now you have become the uncle. You have become the uncle. How much did you give your siblings? Your neighbor's children, how much did you give them yesterday? You have become that uncle that you complained about. Wọ́n ní kókókó báyìí ó ń kọ̀yàn. Wọ́n ní kọ̀ǹkọ̀ǹkọ̀ òun ló àbí mọ̀kànmọ̀kàn lóye ń kọ̀yàn. It's going to become your turn one day. You will grow up. Your children will be able to look at you as an adult to an adult and ask you questions. What will be your answer? We don't know how life is going to turn out. Nobody knows how life is going to turn out. But spiritually, you can take care of certain things. At least you do your own best first. Yanifa, these children don't appreciate anything. They will not appreciate it. Responsibility is not something that you do because somebody is appreciative of it. You do it because you have to do it, because you signed up for it. Because that's what you do as an adult. So before your child starts to earn, Ifa says a child eats what they earn. Though the father of the child must first earn so that the child can eat. Your child is going to learn spirituality by themselves. But the father and mother of the child must first do the part of spirituality before the child comes into it. Ifa is expecting a lot of things. Your parents left traditional practice. They didn't do akosejaye for you. You are meant to be in the fashion industry and become a global fashion artist. But your father said, no, you come from a family of lawyers. They forced you into law school. Then you came back in life to find out that law is not your way. Then you have been looking around for your passion. You stumbled on Ifa. Ifa says agriculture it is. You now went into the agriculture. And you liked them. You liked keeping animals when you were younger. You liked to visit your grandma that had poultry and piggery and all of that. 2 years into agriculture, boom, you have made it in life. Then your mother will come and say, I've always known this child was a success. Mommy, you sent him to law school. You frustrated him when he was in law school. I've always known my child will be a success. Look at the number of years you wasted. Are you going to allow your children to go through the same thing? You still want your children to figure it out in adulthood? Really? I mean, that's some level of wickedness, if you ask me. Hoping that your children figure out life in adulthood. Look at life when you were younger and what adults had to deal with 30 years ago when you and I were probably like 10 or 11 for people in my age range. Look at what adults had to go through then. Look at what you are going through now. And then you want your children to become adults before they figure out life. Do you know what life is going? If we follow this same projection, do you know what life is going to look like then? That's wickedness. Wickedness. Let me read the second Odu, and then I will call up Izafa blessing, and then we round up. Odu Ifa Oturupon se Adifa fun igi jewere bímọ tuntun sọ́wọ́. Wọ́n ní ọmọ tuntun àti ìyá rẹ̀ bí a bá fẹ́ kí ojú máa pọ́n wọn, ọmọ pẹ̀lú ìyá kí wọ́n rúbọ. Ẹyẹlé 6, adìyẹ 6, ẹ̀gbà 6 owó àti ewé ifá. Igi jẹjẹrẹ orúkọ tí à ń pe ata. Ó gbọ́ kòrú. Ogbo koru. Ogbo koru. Let me read it in English. Oturupon Ose was divined for Igi Jewere, which had a new baby. They said that both the mother and the child will suffer from want in this life. If they did not want to suffer, they should sacrifice 6 pigeons, 6 hens, 12,000 cowries, and Ifa leaves. Jewere tree is the name that we call the pepper tree. She heard, but she did not sacrifice. Please, give me one word for Igi Jewere, that mother. Give me one word for her. They told her that this life, she and her child will suffer. They will hear when life will show them 5 and 6. They will face hard knock life. But she heard and she did not do it. Please give me another name for her in the comment section. One adjective, one word to qualify her. Let me know in the comment section. How will you qualify her? How will you define her? How will you qualify her? How will you define her? I'm waiting. She's a very nice mother. Somebody said nonchalant. People are nice, so nonchalant. Nonchalant is a very good way to describe. Wicked and unreasonable. Izafa, thank you. Wicked and unreasonable. Wicked. They said she and her child will go through extreme hardship. She heard and she did not do anything. Ignorant and unserious. She's not even ignorant because they told her she heard. Cruel. Eshegoni. Those are the kind of words I'm looking for. Do you know another name for Igi Jewere? Is the pepper tree. Is the eyes of the pepper tree not seeing pepper? Mommy pepper and baby pepper, is their eyes not seeing pepper? They are the true definition of pepper. When they say they will show somebody pepper and somebody will see pepper in this life, pepper is the first one to see pepper. And do you know why pepper is seeing pepper? Because they told pepper to rub for he and his child. Or refused to rub. He's seeing pepper. And then pepper is now going around to show everybody pepper. If you hold pepper in your hand now, it's with pepper in your hand. If you put it in your eyes, it's with pepper. You see. And some of you are like Igi Jewere. They are telling you now, giving you, if you are the one that went to do a divination, I don't think things are going the way it's supposed to go. They say, if I said you should make it, no, 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 no. I'm not up for those things. Where don't start. Pepper is waiting to show you pepper because pepper tree is angry that is the only one that is going through pepper in this life. So he wants to give that pepper to everybody that comes along their way. And life will just be showing people pepper. It's very simple. They said give ebo. It's very simple. They did not ask them to sacrifice their child. Give ebo, eyele, pigeon, chicken, and 12,000 carrots. That's all. And IFA leaves. Just what's the worst that can happen? You will give it and nothing will change. That's the worst that can happen. But whether you give it to IFA or you don't give it to IFA, that money will still go. The last time they told you to make ebo and you did not do it, do you know how many chicken you have eaten after that ebo? Do you know how many ogufe goat meat you have eaten after that ebo? Do you know how many cow meat you have eaten after that ebo? You will still use that money to buy chicken. You will use it to buy chicken, shani, but not the one that they asked you to buy. And then life will now start to show you pepper. You now be thinking, I don't like the way God is. One of my friends reached out 2 days ago. She said at this point, she knows that God and the universe just created her to disgrace her. But it's okay. She has accepted it like that. You are texting that to me. What are you expecting me to say? Oh, sorry, sis. Don't look at it like, oh, Benny, come off it. What's the meaning of the universe and God? I told her, I said, do you want to hear the truth? Because this one you texted me is either of two things. It's either you want me to ignore your message or you want me to tell you the truth. If you want me to tell you the truth, I will tell you. I know you. I know the situation you are referring to is your marriage. Auntie, she won't swear more than Ben. You cannot stand up and go. You cannot tell yourself that this thing is no longer working for me, I want to go. No, you are sitting there every day. 10 years ago, we told you to leave. I've given this man 10 years of my life. I cannot just live like that. He's going to pay me back everything I've spent. 10 years has become 20 years. I've given you 20 years of my life. Then you're now saying, God and the universe just designed you to suffer. You are the one that chose pepper. There are so many trees in the market. You use your money to go and buy pepper. You now sat down, you're now eating pepper, scotch bonnet pepper, atarodo. You're now using it to rub your eyes. You're not saying, you're crying. It's God that created this pepper like this. And it's the one that is using it to pepper your eyes. God created pepper, yes. But when you entered into the market, you could have bought orange. You could have bought meat. You could have bought zobo. You could have bought red wine. But you chose pepper to buy. And the moment let's even imagine that you mistakenly bought scotch bonnet. You now tasted it and you see that it's pepper. Auntie, you cannot drop it. Are you a statue? You cannot drop it and say, this is pepper. Please, how can I get rid of this pepper? And then go and buy something else. You sat down there. The money I used to buy this pepper will not go to waste. I spend this money so that I will be full. I want to eat it more and more. You guys are not checking on YouTube. Iko daba yìí now. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ wà nínú ilé mo ní kẹ́nìkan jókòó síbẹ̀ kó máa wò. Things like that. You have children, make better choices for them. Don't let them go through life the same way you are going through life. What sacrifices can I do to know my purpose in life? You don't do sacrifices to know your purpose in life. You do divination, you do a consultation to know your purpose in life. Queen, thank you so much for that gift. Send a message to the WhatsApp number that is showing on your screen right now. YouTube is bad, thank you. Send a message to the WhatsApp number that is showing on your screen right now and drop the message, this exact question you asked, drop it as a WhatsApp message. The WhatsApp message will be posted on your screen on TikTok shortly. Someone should please post the WhatsApp number so that the person can copy it. So the moment you find it, follow through with it. These are the responsibilities that you have to your children. And just like the first part, thank you so much, HRM Mena. The person that asked the question, Mena Ifadumade just posted the WhatsApp number. So copy it and send a message. It's a verified WhatsApp number. That's the only verified WhatsApp number for Yanifa and IFA College. So send a message to that. You have a choice in life. You have choices in life. Whatever you choose today is going to determine what tomorrow is going to look like. If you don't want to make those choices for yourself, you don't love yourself, it's okay. Please, can you make those choices for your children? Because today we are speaking for the child. We are speaking for the children. There are certain things you're supposed to do for them first before they are able to do it for themselves. What you teach them, how you ground them now is going to determine to a large extent what the future is going to be. Imagine your own parents placed you on this part of IFA early, made you aware of your purpose, told you what your taboos are, told you the kind of things to avoid. Imagine you had the opportunity to make a divination, a consultation about that man that you married, that woman that you married before you did. Life would not have been like this. Imagine you asked before you went on that journey, before you relocated to another place, you wouldn't have gone there, spent 20 years and returned home empty-handed, worse than you left, only to come and find out that your success was in the same place you left from. Those are the things that IFA affords you. Those are the things that IFA shows you, IFA gives to you in clear terms that you can double check. IFA is not a somebody comes to you and say, oh, I saw a vision for you. Pour some water into this place. I saw a vision for you. Let me tell you the vision. As I'm looking at you, God said I should tell you, and then somebody tells you something you can't confirm from somewhere else. That's not how IFA works. IFA gives you information that is there. Everybody can see it. Everybody can check it. You can double check in 3, 4, 5 places, and it will be the same thing. And people have lived their life based on it for centuries. Look at religion. We are at the point now that religion cannot sustain itself. The lies and the misconception can no longer hold waters. The people that brought religion, quote and unquote, are moving away from it. Everybody is finding out what the truth is. Everybody is finding out what the truth is now. Without anything, it's not as if the president of the country is an IFA devotee. Now said, let everybody go and start reading IFA. That's how we found out this information. No, religion could no longer hold it together. If a lie goes on for 20 years, there is always that one day that the truth will catch up. That one day has come. The truth has caught up with the lies that they fed us with. Now, people are going back to the same thing that they said. Imagine that they left religion and they went to create something new. Maybe it will make sense. But people are now going back to the same thing that they kicked against centuries ago. And for the fact that that thing is still in existence and there are still people practicing it, it means that it has always worked. Your own father was the one that ran away from it. My own father was the one that ran away from it. IFA did not stop working. If IFA stopped working, we will not find, there will be nothing for us to find. There will be nobody for us to find to give us the information of IFA. When I was journeying to get information, I will not find anything. If people has abandoned it for real that it wasn't working, the fact that those people stayed with it against all odds and passed it to their children and their children stayed with it is because it works. It has always worked and it is still working and it will continue to work. So the question is, are you still going to be on the part of people that are saying, no, I don't want to. I will think about it. It's up to you. But quality of life, it depends on it. If you are going to see Pepe in this life, it depends on it. If your destiny is going to be like Pepe, Atarodo Pepe, it depends on it. It's all up to you. Before we round off, let me bring up true word. If our words never touches the ground, I share. Let me bring up Izafa Blessing. She's also a mom that is raising a son, And a couple of months ago, I think 2 months ago or last month, she had shared with me something that her son was doing in IFA, and I've been privileged to also meet her son in person. When did we start rearing chicken in our house? And I have also been privileged to meet her son in person, and I just want her to also share with us how was she able to, bring her son into Ifa, explain Ifa to her son, because at some point they are probably going to church too, you know. How was she able to bring him to Ifa? How did she talk about Ifa to him? Was it challenging? Was she scared? Was it confusing? How did he react? How did he come to a point that he's like, I think I love this thing called Ifa, and I really want to be a part of it, and I will travel with you to go and do, to practice Ifa physically. How has that journey been for you? Isafa, thank you for joining us. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Aboro Aboyi, everyone.
Ogbo Atonyi.
I greet you, Yanifa.
Yes, I greet you too.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm from the background of Abrahamic religion. My mom is very strong in it. And my son's faith has been staying mostly with her until recently. So anytime he comes around for holidays, I bring it up and he looks at me very weird. My son is a teenager. Yanifa saw him. So he's almost 16. So, he has formed his own thoughts and processes. They are so smart these days that sometimes when you are trying to explain it, and it's not something he has been taught in school, or he has known for a very long time, it's kind of difficult. I see that look in his eyes when I'm trying to explain Ifa. It's like, what is this woman saying? What is this woman saying? So, at some point, him staying with my mom, there was a lot of issues. Yanifa is aware, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do, but all I could do was to pray, call on the Lady Mary, and call on his Ori. I kept on calling on his Ori. And sometime late last year, with all that was going on at the location my mom was staying, insecurity, I was scared, my mom was scared, so he relocated down to meet me. So I showed him my Ifa that I got during my Shefa. It was strange to him at first, and then he started, and where I am in Benin, it's not a new thing.
Yeah.
It's not a new thing at all.
Yeah.
Benin people are very, very traditional people. Very, very traditional. So he started mingling with his mates. And one day he came and told me and said, Mommy, that Ifa thing you were explaining to me, somebody was telling me about it in school. I said, really?
Wow.
Sit down. What did the person say? He started explaining some things, and I started making corrections. He said the person said about Ishefa. I now explained. There was somebody else who is an adult. He goes to church very well, but the way he carried chair and sat down to listen to the conversation, that one carried chair, and I started explaining the Ishefa process. He would ask questions. What does it mean? What does it mean? I would explain. The adults that were sitting down would ask questions. He said they've heard it from their friends, but they are not really sure. Everybody is juju. I said it's not what people call it is juju. It has been our way of life. Do you want to tell me that something that our ancestors did, that they would pray and God will answer? You want to tell me it is not God that is answering them? It is God. And when it was time to come for a couple of months ago, when we came for the Oduifa, he would act like he's not listening. He's not listening. But since we came back from that journey, any small thing, while he's doing something, I'll be hearing him say, there's one word he uses. Ifa, he will say Ifa something and he will add it. I think he was hearing it from those Babalawos there. So it has stuck with him. Any small thing, he will say, okay, Ifa Ojuba or Ifa Ojuba. I'll say, no, it's not Ifa Ojuba, Ifa Mojuba. It's not Ifa Ojuba, it's Ifa Mojuba. Sometimes when he comes to my room, because I had to bring out my Ifa from where I kept it. That is not. I kept it somewhere that anyone walks into my room, you can't see it. But later on, I had a leading in my spirit to put it in the open place so that he can as well come.
Yeah.
When he comes into my room, he can pray. He can prostrate. He can pray. Sometimes he will just come, he's pray, and something happened that it was a proud mommy moment. I'm saying it here for the first time. He went out to play with his friends, and then he said there's a car wash close by. There's this guy he makes friends with, and he said he helped the guy wash car, and they gave him money. So he brought part of the money and said, "Mommy, take this one is for Ifa." I was holding the money. I was looking at him. And the next thing I was like, so all these things I'm saying that he acts nonchalant. He likes to act like I'm a big boy, I'm an adult. So when he brought the money and said, "Mommy, take it for Ifa," because he prayed, he just used to prostrate. So I would tell him, "You did not pray. Stay there for a minute or two and say a word of prayer. Tell Ifa what you want today." I don't know what he asked for. Then he came, he said, "This one is for Ifa." Wow. So I said I was going to use the money to buy drink or cola that I used to do or Ifa. And honestly, it has been a sweet journey. It looks like he's not listening. Teenagers can be a handful. Mm-hmm. It would look like he's not listening. And sometimes I would open ChatGPT. I would type something. I would say, "Come and read it." It's not me. I'm not forging this thing. I'm not forming it. It exists. Read it. And then sometimes when I say something and it feels like he's not in agreement with it, I would say, "Okay, no problem. We'll talk about it some other time when you are receptive." And one of the things I've been praying every day, I said, if I should, a little marriage should give him a teachable spirit. Yeah. Let him be able to learn. Let his spirit be open to learn, because you can't force it. You can't force it. Like in Christianity, go and evangelize. You can't force this thing. My own is to say it, tell him, and then let Ifa make his spirit be open to it. Let him digest what I am teaching him. Yeah. Sometimes he calls questions, and we would both research, and he will say, "Oh, okay, this is how this one is like this. Okay, who is Ogun? You mean if I call on Ogun, I don't want to come and clear my path?" I say, "Yes." I say, especially your Ori. Your Ori is very, very important. Yeah. It leads you. It leads you. I remember a time he used to just tell me, when he was younger, he would just tell me, "Mommy, don't worry. God said he will take care of you. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." And then it would be like, that's just what I needed to hear. Yeah. And I'll look at him and say, "Hey, God, this little man that is growing," and sometimes there are words I need to hear. There are some words I need to hear that God will just use him to say it, and I will just feel at peace. I'm grateful he's open. He's open to it. He's open to it because he's growing. He's just few years away from adulthood.
Yeah.
And that's wanting to grow fast. I'm not a baby. I'm not a baby. I'm not a baby. I said, I know you are not a baby. But just read about these things, just take time, go through it, and tell me what you think. And then he goes to read and be like, so this one. Then when we were about to leave Oshogbo, he said he wanted Ifa beats. He has been so particular about it.
Yeah, I heard that.
He's so proud. So eventually I had to buy and praying over it, and he's so proud wearing it.
Aww.
He wore it out somewhere, and he said somebody was asking, all these Jehovah Witness people were asking him. He told the person, what do you mean that I am doing juju? What do you mean? What do you know?
Exactly.
What do you know?
What do they know? That's the point.
What do they know? Is Abraham not an ancestor? What do you know? You are calling upon the ancestor of somebody, but you cannot call upon your own ancestor. I was like, for real?
I like that. You see, he's actually listening and he's learning. Yes. He's learning, he's growing. He's learning.
The confidence with which he speaks, the little he knows, if you want to question him, he will defend it. He will defend it. And I'm grateful to God that Eledumare, every prayer I'm making over him, I'm seeing the results. I am seeing those things I used to complain to you about. I don't see. It's like it's a totally new human. Wow. I've got a totally new human.
Wow.
From what I experienced. Wow. Like I got a totally new human being. All those things I used to complain about, a totally new human. Because I just told him, I said, look, we are having a fresh start here. We're having a fresh start here. There is nothing you need that you shouldn't be able to tell me. And it's totally new, and I'm grateful he's here. I'm grateful that we are learning step by step, and he's very receptive of it.
We're grateful. Thank you so much. The part that stood out for me will be when you said that he brought back money and he said this is for Ifa, without you having to tell him that, oh, if this happens, this is what it is. Like I said, these children are listening. Their Ori is receiving it and is processing it. Their Ori is connecting with it. Their spirit is coming alive. Their spirit is identifying with it. It might take their physical human experience a short while to connect or a longer while to connect. But trust me, their Ori is hearing it. Their Ori is hearing it. Their spirit is hearing it. Someone says, what's the difference between Ishefa and Itefa? Ishefa can be done in absentia. Itefa can only be done in person. Okay? Itefa is the full rite and full ceremony or full process of receiving the Odrifa that birthed you. Ishefa is a part of that process. So for people that cannot be physically present either because of distance, because of their work dynamics, because of maybe some people are in prison at the time, maybe some people are seriously ill and bedridden, maybe because of the dynamics of their family, or for whatever reason, you cannot be there in person to go through Itefa. Ifa allows you to do Ishefa so that you are not left behind. That is pretty much the difference. And of course, financial implication, Ishefa is obviously not as expensive as Itefa. Like Itefa costs more because it involves, more things than Itefa. That's basically the difference between the two of them. But before you do your Itefa, the Odu that is given during your Ishefa also goes a really long way, to break down what your path and your purpose is. People that have done their Ishefa with me, or people that have brought their own of Ishefa for me to break down, they will tell you that they received a lot of information from just that alone, despite the fact that they were not physically present and they have not gone into Igbodu. Yeah, that's the difference. Eshe goni adupe o mommy Izafa. Thank you so much. I'm grateful for sharing this part of your journey, and this is where we're going to wrap up today. Before I do, let me say this again. For every child, every minor that you have in your life, that you're parenting, that you're a guardian to, you owe them. You owe them. You owe them this spiritual experience. You owe them this spiritual experience. Will the Ishefa have Odu before doing Itefa? I just explained that now. Or maybe your message came in, it was delayed to after I explained. I just explained that for people that have done their Ishefa with me, or those that bring their Odu to me, when I break down their Odu, it still gives them a lot of information about themselves. So I think I've answered that question already. The children in your life, you owe it to them. So while you are trying to figure out, how do I explain Ifa to my children, how do I talk to them, how do I not confuse them, even me, I'm just learning, how am I able to explain it to children in the way they would understand. That is why we have the Ashe for Today for Kids. So if you click in the link in the bio of this YouTube page, of this TikTok page right now, you click in the link in the bio, you will find Ashe for Today for Kids. And in case you are watching this, you don't have access to click on the link of anything, just go to the website ifacollect.ng. ifacollect.ng is the website. On the top right corner, you see three lines there, 1, 2, 3. Click on it. It will give you the full menu. The first item on the menu will be the Ashe for Today for Kids. Click on it. There are different ages. We have age 3 to 6, 7 to 11, and then 12, and then for the teenagers. Pick the one that is appropriate with your child's age and let them start reading their Odu Ifa every day. Let them start to learn every day. For parents that have it for their children, they have been here to talk about it, to talk about how wonderful and awesome it is. There's a video on this page. You would also see my children reading their own Ashe for Today. If you're catching a replay on YouTube, all the information you need will be in the description box. It will be in the description box, or just head over to ifacollect.ng. You can just go online and Google Ifa Collect. The website will pop up. ifacollect.ng is the website, and you'll be able to get Ashe for Today for your kids. From next week, at the time of recording this video, today is 5th of April, right? Today is 5th of April 2026. At the time of recording this video, by next week, Ashe for Today for Kids will be available on Amazon. Print on demand, POD, print on demand. You are able to print the physical copy. If you prefer the physical copy to the soft copy, you are able to request for it to be printed, and Amazon will send it to you wherever it is that you are. The link would also be on the website. The link would also be in the bio of TikTok, or you send a message via WhatsApp to get this for your children. Now, as your children are reading, if they have any questions, compile the questions. If you have access to me on WhatsApp, send a message on WhatsApp. If not, send a mail to the school. If not, just go on the website. You will find a way to pass an information, either via email or via WhatsApp or via a call. Your children are able to have feedback. Now, the beautiful part of it is this. IFA Studies for Kids is going to continue at the IFA College this summer. IFA Studies for Kids is going to continue at the IFA College this summer. So we started because IFA Studies for Kids, for weekends and holidays, for children to be a part of it. But I noticed that what I had created for children, a lot of them already know way past that. Like, everything that we curated and said they were going to learn in 13 weeks, they pretty much learned it in 1 week, and they were like, please, can we have more? And they're asking questions that is way beyond the scope of what we have created. So we had to put a pause to it and recreate. These children are not children. their ori and their spirit is so receptive, like eager to know a lot of things. Their spirit is already manifesting a lot of things that they just need an adult in this life to guide them into. So we had to revise and restructure the course IFA Studies for Kids, and it will be starting off this summer. So you can head over to the website and pre-register for your children to be a part of IFA Studies for Kids during the summer. The classes are going to be taken online, so don't worry. It doesn't matter what your children's schedule is or what location you are or what time zone you are. Every child is able to participate for the summer program, and it involves kids, so I will be teaching, some other teachers will be teaching, and the kids will be the ones that will be heavily taking care of this course. So they would hear other children who have learned a lot more than them, interact with them, teach them, recite certain things to them, and then there will be an adult coordinating the process. Eshegoni. Children, are you ready? One by one. Let's start from the little baby. The little baby. Come on. So they want to recite the odrifas that they know, the ones that they can remember, the 16 major odors. So let me know the ones that you can remember. Speak loud, let everybody hear you. Shout.
Oyeko méjì, ìwọ̀n méjì, òdì méjì, ìwọ̀nsùn méjì, òwọ̀n méjì, ọ̀bàrà méjì, ọ̀kànràn méjì, ọ̀gùndà méjì, ọ̀sà méjì, ìkà méjì, ọ̀túnpọ̀n méjì, òtúrà méjì, ìrẹtẹ méjì, ọ̀sà méjì, and ọ̀fun méjì.
Oh my goodness! Wow! Wow! That is, oh my goodness. Let me hug you. Okay, so that's my 6-year-old daughter. She just recited the 16 major odus in the unalterable order that Orunmila gave it to us, without putting anyone before anyone or after anyone. Oh my, this is the first time I'm hearing her recite all the 16. Everybody here is like, wow. Let me say thank you to David, because it was David that was teaching you guys. Oh, that's so wow. So who is going next? Okay, all right, say it.
Ejiogbe, ọ̀yẹ̀kùn méjì, ìwọ̀rẹ̀ méjì, òdì méjì, ìrọ̀sùn méjì, ọ̀wọ̀rẹ̀ méjì, ọ̀bàrà méjì, ọ̀kànràn méjì, ògùndà méjì, ọ̀sà méjì, ìkà méjì, ọ̀túnpọ̀n méjì, òtúrà méjì, ìrẹtẹ méjì, ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì, and ọ̀fun méjì.
Wow. Okay, who's going next? Hey, IFA Studies for Kids. Are you ready?
Ìjọba, ọ̀yẹ̀kùn méjì, ìwọ̀rẹ̀ méjì, òdì méjì, ìrọ̀sùn méjì, ọ̀wọ̀rẹ̀ méjì, ọ̀bàrà méjì, ọ̀kànràn méjì, ògùndà méjì, ọ̀sà méjì, ìkà méjì, ọ̀túnpọ̀n méjì, òtúrà méjì, ìrẹtẹ méjì, ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì, and ọ̀fun méjì.
Aww. Who is next? You want to read it with their numbers, right? Because you are fast. This is our young Babalawo in the house. So he wants to recite with their code numbers. All right.
Ejiobe 1111. Ọ̀yẹ̀kùn méjì 2222. Ìwọ̀rẹ̀ méjì 2112. Òdì méjì 1221. Ìrọ̀sùn méjì 1122. Ọ̀wọ̀rẹ̀ méjì 2211.
Obara is after Omori. Be fast. Obara
méjì 1222. Ọ̀kànràn méjì 2221. Ògùndà méjì 1112. Ọ̀sà méjì 2111. Ìkà méjì 2122. Òtúnpọ̀n méjì 2212. Oturameji. Oturameji 1121.
Oturameji is 1 2
1212
1 2 1 1.
1211.
Irete.
Iretemeji. Iretemeji 1121. Osemeji 1212. Ofumeji 2121.
Wow. Our young Baba is in the house. Our young Babalawo is in the house. Wow. So the four of them, their big sister is somewhere, I don't know. The four of them have recited the Odrifa with this, and like every other person that has talked about teaching their children, you can include this. I mean, the school curriculum doesn't have this, but you can schedule a time where your children can learn this and know this. So they start by first of all learning the 16. The moment you know the 16 major Odu, you can combine all 16 together to get a full 256. Then they go into knowing the code for each Odu. Once they know the code for the, you are raising Baba and true Babas. Once they know the code for the 16, they know the rest. Then immediately they move from there, they start learning the Eseifa. They start to learn the Eseifa. Now, if you listen to some of them, some of my kids, I mean all of them, you would notice that their pronunciation of Yoruba is not the way I pronounce Yoruba, meaning that that's not even an excuse. Oh, my children are not Yoruba children. My last 3 children barely understand and can speak Yoruba. They barely understand Yoruba, but they are learning the Odrifa and they are learning Yoruba step by step, little by little. The older ones understand. They cannot speak it fluently, but they understand pretty much what you're saying. And we're all learning. So it's not an excuse. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what upbringing you have given your children before. Children are able to learn something new. They are able to pick it up. They are excited about it. And from here, we move to the class where they learn Eseifa. One Eseifa from the first 16. One Eseifa from the first 16. So you see what you are doing at the 256 Odrifa Mastery course for the mommies and daddies. That's what your children are also going to learn. You are learning 2 essays. They will learn one essay per Odrifa for 16. They are going to end at 16 for their class range. And before you know what's happening, your child is able to pull up one Eseifa that answers to a question in life. They are having conversation with their friends and they are saying, Ifa says in Ejiogbe that the salt is what gives life to people. And a Christian comes to them and says, Jesus, the Bible says Jesus is the light of the salt. No, Odrifa Ejiogbe in verse 1 says, Ayoyogu, Ayoyogu, Ayoyogu Mogumo. Adífá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà, bàbá ń lọ rèé bá wọn mú yọ̀yọ̀ ra, àwa tá a mú yọ̀yọ̀ ra, ọ̀rọ̀ ayọ̀ ló bá wa, ọ̀rọ̀ ìbànújẹ́ kan kì í báyọ̀. Ọ̀rúnmìlà already said that we that come with salt, it brings sweetness. Negativity will not come to us. So it's not Jesus that told us that the salt is the sweetness of the life or whatever it is. Ọ̀rúnmìlà it has been in the Odrifa way beyond all of this. Your children are able to speak with confidence. When we are having Ebo and an item is brought up for Ebo, your children are able to recite the Odu for that item. If they bring up salt, they can recite a Jogbe. If they bring up palm oil, there is an Odrifa for it. If we bring water, there is an Odrifa for it. If we bring up Oti, they can recite Enu Oti ki iti, Enu Baba ki baje. They can recite all of those little things and then they are able to apply it to their everyday life. So come this summer, IFA Studies for Kids, put it in your calendar, go to the school website, pre-register for your children, get them the Ashe for Today for Kids. ifacole.ng, go to the website, click on the link in the bio of this TikTok page. You will find Ashe for Today for Kids. Give your children this knowledge. They are going to decide what to do with their future, but this time of their life, you owe it to them to make sure that they have the undiluted, unwatered down truth about Ifa, about Isheshe, about Africa, about their roots, about their source, about their identity and who they are. Don't raise children that the society will be defining to them who they are. Raise children that know that they know that they know who they are. Raise children that will grow up to correct the society about the definition of who they are. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, Ifá bá wa ṣe, Elédùmarè á bá wa ṣe, àwọn tó ṣàwòkù sẹ́yìn wọ́n á bá wa ṣe. Ashe. Do you have any questions? Let's know if you have any questions. We're about to make our Iwure and round up. We're about to get to the most important part of this live streaming for today, which is our Iwure. Iwure is how we make prayers in Ifa and Isheshe. Where do we click on? The link in the bio. Just go to the bio. Go to the page. Abi, how do they describe bio? Go to the page, the front page, like when you go to the page. For the kids, just go to the website ifacollect.ng. When you get there, you see the menu bar. The menu bar, you see this top right corner. You know where they find menu. Click on the top right corner. 1, 2, 3. You see 3 dots there. Click. It will bring out the menu. You see Ifa for kids is written boldly on the menu. Just click on it. It will take you to Ifa Studies for Kids. So get to the website. And if you have any trouble navigating the website, you would see a help button that will pop up, WhatsApp icon that will pop up. You can click on that WhatsApp icon. Somebody will be there to respond to you and guide you into how to. Okay. Okay. So you can. Okay, it's working now. All right. For those of you that are asking for how to navigate that, let me. You can use the phone. It's going. Just hold on. Just hold on. Let me see if I can flip the camera and show it to you. So this is the website. This is the Ifa College website. You see, that's the website. Ifa College website. Like that. So this is the top button I'm talking about. Click on this top right corner. You see Ifa for Today for Kids. Click on it. So Ifa for Today for Kids. It will load it. You see Ifa for Today for Kids. So it will load it. You have different options. The network on this phone is a bit slow, but you have the different options. Okay, you can see it, the different options there. So you can click start here to apply for your different ages of your children. Your phone is acting on its own. Well, no, I think it's on the website. Okay, you see, you can just scroll. So it says click here. This is for teenagers. Click here. It will take you to. This is for superstars. This is for the little ones, 3 to 6. So once you click on it, it redirects you to the page where you get to make your payment, and then once you make your payment and put in your details, you can order for it. All right, let's see if we can get through to this. So you can make your payment and order for it. All right, so here is it, a chef for Today for Kids. So it's just like you're ordering for anything online. It's as simple as that. Buy now. Once you click on buy now, you enter your email address. Once you make payment, it automatically sends it to you. It automatically sends the book to your email, and your kids are able to access it. Right. Somebody said, are there live classes for kids or the app? Hold it. We don't have live classes for kids because we are serving people in different community on different time zones. All right. How do you sign up for the summer? Just go to the same website. All the information you need is on the website. Go to the same website. Scroll down the menu bar. You'll see it there. Sign up. If you don't find it there, the WhatsApp icon will always be there for you to get help. If you are having any challenges with doing anything on the website, it will be there. So just go to the website, ifacollect.ng. All the information you need will be there. So we don't have live classes for any one of our classes. We don't have live classes because we are serving people on different time zones people that have different work-life schedules. Live classes means everybody has to be there at a particular time. It will be difficult to do that across Africa, across Asia, across North and South America. Even North America alone is not the same time zone. The entire Europe alone is not the same time zone. So everybody gets to learn at their own pace. But trust me, with the way the classes are put together, every one of our students will tell you that the classes fit into what they need and everybody gets to learn, irrespective of your age, your busy schedule, your time zone. As long as you have access to the internet, you can start when you are ready, you can pause when you get busy or something pops up, continue again when you have your time for it, so that everybody can, get all the information they need at their own pace. Somebody had asked about she wants to get for her grandchildren or something. Let me see. How do I pray for my grandchildren according to IFA? Okay, Auntie Kimi, please can you send me a message via WhatsApp? You're on my WhatsApp contact list. Please can you send me a message? This same question you asked, can you just redirect it to WhatsApp so I can do a voice note for you personally to answer that question? Because there's some questions I will need to ask you before I can curate something that is specially your godchildren. Okay, godchildren, yeah, especially for them. Eshegoni. Any other questions before we make our iwure for the day? Any other questions? So the April calendar, the April Yoruba calendar, you know that the Yoruba calendar is different from, is it going to pop up there now? Do you know that, you are aware that the Yoruba calendar is different from the Gregorian calendar that we all use. So the April calendar is out on the website right now. Once you get to the website, the first thing that pops up says download the calendar. So that calendar helps you to know what day of the week we are on the Yoruba calendar and what Ose it is. So our week goes Ose Ifa, Ose Ogun, which is also Ose Egbe, Ose Jakuta, which is Ose Shongo, Ose Obatala, and it continues to revolve right like that. So you know which Orisha owns that day according to the Yoruba calendar. So the calendar is there to download for free on the website for the month of April 2026. Any other questions? If there is no question, let us make our Iba. Where is everybody? We're about to make our Iwure. Call your sister. Let's not forget Ashe for today. Ashe for today, season 4 continues tomorrow, starts tomorrow, continues tomorrow, starts tomorrow. 6 a.m. Nigerian time, 5 a.m. for those of you on the GMT, and that will be 1 a.m. for those of you on the EST. Ashe for today is going to start tomorrow. I will be here and I will be waiting for you. If you have joined the live streaming late and you missed it, please head over to our YouTube channel, Yanifa Ewa TV on YouTube, Yanifa Ewa TV on YouTube, to catch the replay of today's live streaming and all the previous live streamings that we have had. Replay of all the previous live streamings that we have had is on our YouTube channel. Trust me, that YouTube channel is a vault of information, a vault of knowledge. It's like raw, uncut, undiluted knowledge that somebody just packed for you with trailer. Stay on that YouTube channel. Watch, digest everything. You will be glad you did. You will come back and say thank you. Ask any other person that lives on that street, on that YouTube channel. They will tell you the same thing. Eshegoni Adupe, let us round up. Akoda ye Asheba.
Bashe.
Asheba ti wáyé ọjọ́.
Bashe.
Asheba ti wọ̀ oòrùn.
Bashe.
Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé Asheba, aníkíbà àṣẹ o.
Bashe.
Ajagunmalé olúwo òdi ọ̀run Asheba, olúbíkin ọ̀sán ìbíkin Asheba. Ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́, ẹ̀yin alágogo idẹ, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi arógbáṣọ má balẹ̀. Ọlọ́mú kan tí ń fúngbà ọmọ ọlọ́mú ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì ìjà, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi òṣèrò mọ̀nìgà Asheba, aníkíbà wá ṣẹ ọ.
Bashe.
Ìyá mi àtẹ̀dọ̀jòrò òǹró, ẹ̀yin apanimáyọ̀dà, ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi abiyamọ ayé abiyamọ ọ̀run, ẹ̀yin ọlọ́jà gbọ̀rọ̀gbọ̀rọ̀ tí ò jẹ́ kọ́mọ ó jábọ́, ẹ̀yin ògbẹ́kún ọmọ ẹ̀ta tí rere àṣèbà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ́. àṣèbà bàbá àti ìyá tó ṣọlọ́kọ̀ tó wà wá wá sáyé, àwọn tó wà pẹ̀lú wa, àwọn tó ti re bí àgbáre àṣèbà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ́. àṣèbà àwọn bàbá ẹ̀yin ìyá àtọmọdé àtàgbà, dúdú ni funfun ni lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé, mo ṣèbà orí yín, mo ṣèbà ẹlẹ́dàá yín aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ́. àṣèbà àwọn tó là wá lórí, àṣèbà àwọn tó dá wa lóṣù, àṣèbà àwọn tó ní ká máa ṣawo, àwọn tó fi awo kọ́ wa, mo ṣèbà olúwo mi, mo ṣèbà àwọn ìyá àbíyè mi, mo ṣèbà àwọn babaláwo tó jókòó tó ń kọ́ wa nífá tó ṣe awo kù sẹ́yìn fún wa, àṣèbà àwọn aláṣekù, àṣèbà eégúngún òrìṣà àwọn aláṣekù aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ́. gbogbo lọ́balọ́ba níjòyè láṣèbà fún, àṣèbà àwọn kábíyèsí, ẹ̀yin kábíyèsí tẹ́ jókòó sórí ìtẹ́ bàbá yín aláṣẹ ìkejì òòṣà, àníkádé ó pẹ́ lọ́wọ́, àníkádé ó pẹ́ lórí, àníkìlùkẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ́ lọ́wọ́, àníkàṣẹ pẹ́ lẹ́nu, kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, àníkẹ́ gbó kẹ́ tọ́ lórí ìtẹ́ bàbá yín, kìlú má torí yín tú àṣèbà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ́. mo ṣèbà onílé, mo ṣèbà ìyá mi ajíbọ́lá, mo ṣèbà ìyá mi àbẹ̀ní, mo ṣèbà ẹ̀dọ́, mo ṣèbà gbogbo ọmọ onílé tẹ́rẹ́lútẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n ó ní mo ṣèbà látòkèdókè láì dápá kan sí gbogbo àwọn olúwo, ẹ̀yin olúwo mi àsápè ọlà àṣèbà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ́. mo ṣèbà àwọn ọ̀yà mi, mo ṣèbà àwọn ìyá mi, àwọn ìyá mi àbíyè lékelèké gbàràdá, àṣèbà àwọn ìyá ayé, àṣèbà àwọn ìyá nínú ilé, àṣèbà àwọn ìyá nínú ilé ayé, nínú ilé ikú, nínú ilé ajíbọ́lá, àṣèbà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ́. níbi gbogbo tá a ti jókòó, tá a ti ń pe ifá, tá a ti ń pe irúnmọlẹ̀, tá a ti ń ṣèṣẹ̀ṣe, mo ṣèbà mo ní kíbà wá ṣe ọ́. gbogbo babaláwo ni mo ṣèbà fún, gbogbo ìyá nífá, gbogbo bàbá lórìṣà, gbogbo ìyá lórìṣà, gbogbo àwọn àpẹ̀tẹ̀bí, gbogbo àwọn eléwé ọmọ, gbogbo àwọn eléré, gbogbo bàbá ẹgbẹ́, gbogbo ìyá ẹgbẹ́, gbogbo àwọn oníṣègùn, gbogbo wa pátápátá tá a jókòó tá a ń ṣe iṣẹ́ irúnmọlẹ̀ ni mo ṣèbà fún, mo ní kíbà wá ṣe ọ́. mo kí yín onílé lóko lẹ́yìn odi, mo kí àwọn tó wà ní àjò, mo kí àwọn tó wà lókè òkun, mo ní a kú iṣẹ́ irúnmọlẹ̀, mo ní láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àní fọkọ ṣiṣẹ́, àní fọmọ ṣiṣẹ́, àní farawa ṣiṣẹ́, láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àní fọmọ ṣiṣẹ́, iṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè ti parí, iṣẹ́ táwọn ọ̀yà mi ti yọ́nú sí, iṣẹ́ táwọn àgbàlagbà ayé ti yọ́nú sí, òun ló máa gbé wá fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. bá a ṣe ń lù ú á máa dún, bá a ṣe ń gún ewé á máa jẹ́, bá a ṣe ń lọ egbò á máa jẹ́ fún wa, bá a ṣe ń gbẹ́bọ ẹbọ á máa fín, ẹbọ á máa dà, ẹbọ á máa dòde ọ̀run láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àní ṣàṣetì níbi iṣẹ́ yìí wọ́n ní rọ́là ń pa Elédùmarè ọba ló ń sọ ọ́ dòótọ́, gbogbo bá a ṣe ń lù, bá a ṣe ń wí, bá a ṣe ń fọ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, gbogbo àfọ̀ tó ń jáde lẹ́nu wa, àwọn tó láyé á bá wọn fàṣẹ sí, wọ́n á bá wa sọ ọ́ dòótọ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àwa ní ṣe lásán, lórí iṣẹ́ ìmọ̀lẹ̀ tá à ń ṣe àní ṣe lásán, lórí iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí àní ṣe lásán láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àwọn ẹlẹ́rù ńlá báyìí òun ló máa gbé wá fún wa, àwọn alájẹ, àwọn lọ́lá ló máa gbé wá fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àwa nígbàṣẹ́ tó máa le mọ́ wa, nígbàṣẹ́ tó máa ju agbára wa lọ, nígbàṣẹ́ tá a máa fẹ̀mí tiwa di láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. gbogbo àwọn ọmọdé tó wà ń bí ni mo ṣèbà fún, àṣèbà fún ẹgbẹ́ ayé, ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀run àṣèbà, àṣemúsòmúsò ẹgbẹ́ o, àṣẹ àkíkà ẹgbẹ́, bọ̀rọ̀ kíní ayé, bọ̀rọ̀ kíní ọ̀run àṣèbà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ́. ẹ̀kọ́ ifá mi ìlà tún kọ́ lẹ́nu, akọ́ńpa ifá àti àwọn ọmọdé, gbogbo àwa tá a jẹ́ òbí, tá a lọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ àbí tá a gba ọmọ tọ́tú, every parent that is here, this ìwúre is for you. láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹrù tá lábíamọ ìtú wọn ò ní gbé wá ká wa mọ́lé, láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹrù tá lábíamọ ìtú wọn ò ní gbé wá ká wa mọ́lé. àní lóko ọmọ lọ́rùn wọn, ọmọ aráyé ò ní fọmọ dààmú wa, kò wá sí bó ṣe lè kéré tó nínú àìsàn, wọn ò ní fi kankan nú ẹ̀ ṣàwọn ọmọ wa. àní dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn fún ọmọ ò ní dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. lórí àwọn ọmọ wa, ọmọ aráyé ò ní kọ̀dí àìmọ̀ṣe sí wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. bá a ṣe wá ń sáré sókè, tá tá à ń sáré sódò tá à ń gòkè tá à ń sọ̀kalẹ̀ nítorí àwọn ọmọ wa àní ṣe lásán.
àṣẹ.
ọmọ aráyé ò ní kọ̀dí àìmọ́ṣe sí wa.
àṣẹ.
láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọn ò ní fi àwọn ọmọ yẹn wọn ò ní fi dà wá láàmú.
àṣẹ.
níjọ́ nǹkan ire wọn níjọ́ nǹkan ẹ̀yẹ wọn níjọ́ nǹkan oríire wọn níjọ́ táwọn ọmọ yẹn ń gboríyìn tó ń gbọlá tó ń gbọlà wọn ò ní fi ìkọ̀kan nu wa ṣàwátì láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
wọn ò wá ní dìde ìṣẹ́jú kan fún wa níjọ́ nǹkan ẹ̀yẹ àwọn ọmọ wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
àwa tá a ṣiṣẹ́ la máa jókòó la máa jẹ́ ọmọ aráyé ò ní gbà ṣe wa ṣe láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
ìjọ tíṣu ọmọ bá wá jiná kò ní kan lẹ́nu wa kò ní gbóná jù kò ní tutù jù kò ní há wa lọ́fun láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
lórí àwọn ọmọ wa gbogbo àwa tá à ń da gbé tá à ń da fà tá à ń da ṣe láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo àdágbé àdáfà wa àwọn tó láyé àwọn tó milẹ̀ wọ́n á fi ṣèrọ̀rùn fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
èrè tó wà níbẹ̀ ọlá tó wà níbẹ̀ ayọ̀ tó wà níbẹ̀ ìdùnnú tó wà níbẹ̀ ìgbéga àtoríyìn tó wà níbẹ̀ òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
tá a bá wá rẹ́nikẹ́ni tí wọ́n ti lé àwọn ọmọ wọn jìnnà sí wọn tó ti yà wọ́n ya àwọn ọmọ wa to every parent that has been separated from their children either knowingly or unknowingly either by your choice or by the choice of some other people láṣẹ Èdùmàrè Ifá will bring your children to you in joy in love and in peace láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
Ifá fa àwọn ọmọ wa wálé fún wa Ifá mú wọn pàdé wa nínú ayọ̀ nínú ìdùnnú nínú àlàáfíà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
tá a bá wá rí àwọn tí wọ́n ń dá ọmọ tọ́ to every single parent out there ajé á fi ṣèrọ̀rùn fún yín Ifá á fi ṣèrọ̀rùn fún yín àwọn tó láyé á fi ṣèrọ̀rùn fún yín àwọn abiyamọ ayé abiyamọ ọ̀run wọn á dúró tì yín lórí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ yẹn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
tá a bá wá ráwọn tó ń wojú Elédùmarè fún ọmọ to those that are still trying to conceive that are in waiting for their own biological children to experience motherhood and fatherhood in this life láṣẹ Èdùmàrè Ọ̀ṣun ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ̀ olóyún ayọ̀ ládékojú ẹbọra tí ń gbé nínú omi á sọ̀lẹ̀ ayọ̀ nínú yín tọkọtọmọ tẹbí tará láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
bójọ́kùnrin ló fì sí ni o bójọ́dún obìnrin ló fì sí ni o ìyá mi alágbolódò á fi àgbo ẹ̀ á fi wẹ gbogbo nǹkan tó ń dènà ọmọ bíbí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
Yemọja ẹbọra tí ń gbé nínú omi ìyá mi afínjú obìnrin á wá ṣe àwọn ọmọ làǹtìlanti àwọn ọmọ alájẹ àwọn ọmọ oníre àwọn ọmọ alálùbáríkà àwọn ọmọ táwọn èèyàn fi ń tọrọ ọmọ àwọn ọmọ Ifá àwọn ọmọ tó mú yangàn àwọn ọmọ tó múnú òbí dùn wọ́n máa gbé fún wa ní ìbejì làǹtìlanti ní báyìí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
gbogbo àwọn tó wá diwọ́ disẹ̀ sínú gbogbo àwọn tó yún wà nínú wọn gbogbo àwọn tó ti dabara méjì láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹ̀ẹ́rù rẹ̀ ẹ̀ sọ rẹ̀.
àṣẹ.
láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹ̀ẹ́rù rẹ̀ ẹ̀ sọ rẹ̀.
àṣẹ.
ìjọ òkúnlẹ̀ yín báyìí ẹ̀jẹ̀ ò ní pọ̀ jù omi ò ní pọ̀ jù ẹ̀jẹ̀ ò ní ṣaláìtó omi ò ní ṣaláìtó bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń fi orúnkún kan kúnlẹ̀ òun lẹ máa fi tìkejì dìde àgbóhùn ìyá àgbóhùn ọmọ òun bàbá gan ọmọ gan ò ní gbẹ̀yìn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
àwọn ọmọ náà wá wá lọ́wọ́ rẹ lẹ́yìn àwọn tẹ́ ẹ bí ṣáájú wọn náà gbogbo wọn lọ́ọ́ máa ṣoríire mọ́tilẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
owó ọlá ọlà àti gbogbo ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye tá a nílò láti mú àwọn ọmọ wa lórí ìrìn àjò ayé wọn tí wọn ò ní fi kọsẹ̀ Ifá fi ṣe nírọ̀rùn fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
To every one of us that are raising parents, that are raising children, the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding that we need to guide our children in this path, to guide them in the path of their destiny successfully. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, Ifá will become that wisdom in us. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
Ọ̀la lọ́jọ́ ajé. Ajé ògúngúlú sọ onísọ òbòdì ajé adúró tì wá ajé abáwa ṣe ajé adúró tì wá nílé àákó ajé lọ́nà àrájé náà àrájé lò àrájé mu láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
wọ́n ní àbùdí báyìí ní tolókun àbùdí ní tèmi àti yín máa jẹ́ nínú ọlá nínú ọlà nínú àìkú tí ń ṣe baálé ọ̀rọ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
ibi táwọn ẹgbẹ́ wa ti ń ná owó ibi táwọn ẹgbẹ́ wa ti ń nọ́lá àní bá wọn nájú níbẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
nídìílé ìyá ni o nídìílé bàbá ni o nídìílé ọkọ ni láwùjọ ọ̀rẹ́ ni láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àrájé ná àrówó lò àrọ́lárò àríọlá lò láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
àṣẹ.
wọ́n ní Ifá òun ni ohun ẹnu Olódùmarè wọ́n ní Ifá òun ni ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín. Wọ́n ní Ifá òun ni atórí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe. Ohun ẹnu Olódùmarè ní Ifá jẹ́ o. Bí Ifá ṣe ń bá wa sọ̀rọ̀, a ní kọ́ etí ikún sí ọ̀rọ̀ Ifá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
Tífá bá ní ká rú àárú, tífá bá ní ká gbérú ọ̀pẹ àátù láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
Èmi àti yín ò ní pẹ̀ láwọn tó máa gbọ́ rírú ẹbọ tí wọn ò ní rú. Èmi àti yín ò ní àní pẹ̀ láwọn tó máa pe fálékè, tó máa pe ṣùlólè, tó máa wọ̀run yànyàn bí ẹni tí ò ní kú mọ́, tí ò ní gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ Ifá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Kò ní jẹ́ tèmi àti yín.
Àṣẹ.
Wọ́n ní Ifá ni ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín tèmi àti yín wá ti yàn. Bá a ṣe ń lọ sọ́dọ̀ Ifá tí Ifá ń sọ ìpín wa fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, àárín ìrìn àjò orí wa, àárín ìrìn àjò ìṣẹ̀dá wa, nǹkan tá a wáyé wá ṣe àáṣe nírọ̀rùn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
Wọ́n ní Ifá ni atórí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe. Ibi tó wá kù díẹ̀ káàtó lórí ìrìn àjò èmi àti yín, Ifá bá wa tún ṣe láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
We said Ifá is the witness of our destiny. As Ifá has witnessed our destiny and given us the blueprints of our destiny, láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, we will follow in the directions of Ifá. We will not be distracted to the left or to the right. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
And to those that are seeking for money, for Ajé, to be able to go on the journey of discovering their own Odu and finding out their own Ìpín and their destiny, Ajé will make it easy for you. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
They said Ifá is the repairer and the fixer of the ori that is not good. Wherever it is that you have a shortcoming, a challenge on this journey, Ifá will direct you and will fix it for you. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
Ifá ti gbé àwọn ará iwájú, Ifá gbé wa o.
Àṣẹ.
Ìṣẹ̀ṣe ti gbé àwọn ará iwájú, Ìṣẹ̀ṣe á gbé wa o.
Àṣẹ.
Àṣẹ lásán o.
Àṣẹ.
And to everybody that is participating in the 21-day ètùtù àwọn ìyá mi, ètùtù wa máa gbà. Àwọn tó láyé ò ní dá sí wa lára láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
For whatever reason you are participating in that 21-day ètùtù àwọn ìyá mi, you will come back like what Ifá says, to thank your awo. Your awo will thank Ifá, and in turn we will all thank Olódùmarè for you. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
Àní ṣe lásán.
Àṣẹ.
Bó ṣe wá ló ṣe bọ̀, ọmọ aráyé ò ní fìyẹn sọ tiwa. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
None of our ẹbọ and ètùtù will go in vain. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
Wọ́n ní àwíṣẹ́ ní Tifá, wọ́n ní àfọ̀ṣẹ́ ní Tọ̀rúnmìlà, wọ́n ní àbátálágà ọmọ bá dá òun lòrìṣà kò ń gbà, wọ́n ní àbámọ̀dákùn ọ̀gìn dá tiẹ̀ kó má ṣẹ. Àwa tún ti dábàá lénìí, àwa ti wí lénìí, àwọn tó láyé àwọn tó nílẹ̀ wọ́n ti bá wa fàṣẹ sí. Wọ́n ní tí eyín iwájú bá gé ẹran tèrìgì ń gbà ni. Àwọn tó láyé àwọn tó nílẹ̀ wọ́n ti bá wa gbà, wọ́n ti bá wa fàṣẹ sí. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
Wọ́n ní táfẹ́fẹ́ bá fẹ́ akànbí oko lára ni. Níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá wà nílé lóko lẹ́yìn odi, nílùú òyìnbó tẹ́ ẹ ti ń gbóhùn mi, láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, afẹ́fẹ́ ìwúre yìí á fẹ́ kàn yín lára, á rí bẹ́ẹ̀, á ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún yín. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
Wọ́n ní kí Ifá ó bá wa ṣe, k'Elédùmarè ó bá wa ṣe. Àwọn tó ṣàwọ̀ kù sẹ́yìn, ó bá wa ṣe. A ní kí Ifá ó bá wa ṣe, k'Elédùmarè ó bá wa ṣe. Àwọn tó ṣàwọ̀ kù sẹ́yìn, ó bá wa ṣe. Ifá bá wa ṣe o, Elédùmarè á bá wa ṣe. Àwọn tó ṣàwọ̀ kù sẹ́yìn, wọ́n á bá wa ṣe. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
Thank you very much for joining another episode of the Sunday morning live streaming. It is Sunday afternoon here already, and today's topic was IFA and children, and I'm sure we have all learned something. You can catch a replay of this video on our YouTube channel, Yanifa TV on YouTube. Don't forget to join our daily live streaming Ashe for today. Season 4 starts tomorrow, 6 a.m. Nigerian time, 5 a.m. on the GMT, and 1 a.m. On the EST. Yes, join us, or just find out the time on your time zone. 6 a.m. Nigerian time, convert it on your time zone and join us tomorrow. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, adúpẹ́ tẹ́ bá wa darapọ̀ sórí ètò lénìí. Èmi náà ni o, ọ̀rẹ́ yín, ìyá yín, olólùfẹ́ yín, olórí Yanifa Awóbánkẹ́fà, tí gbogbo èèyàn mọ̀ sí Yanifa Ẹwà. ìkànnì Ifá College lórí TikTok àti Yanifa ẹwà lórí YouTube òun náà lẹ ti ń wò wá lẹ́nìí. Don't forget to hit the website ifacollege.ng and see all the courses, all the books and all the programs we have available. Títí ọ̀la ire báyìí la máa bára wa ṣe, èyí la máa rí, àwa náà lẹ máa bá wọn ní fẹlòmíì ṣe wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ifá gbè wá, ìṣẹ̀ṣe á gbè wá, àwọn aláṣekù wọn á bá wa ṣe láṣepé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Thank you so much for joining and I will see you tomorrow. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Kífá ó bá wa ṣe.